Hey Brood, after Sarah's transformation into Glenda the Frog this past weekend for Rock Hill's annual Come See Me festival, she got a frog in her throat. So please enjoy this compilation of some of our favorite monsters, and we'll be back with you next week. Cheers!
This is the story of the Loveland Frogman.
Okay, I know the Loveland Frogman. Oh, you're thinking
My
of
connection
Glenn.
was Glenn.
Okay.
So our mascot here in Rock Hill is also a frog. So I was like, Glenn. If you're like me, you're like, what the hell is the Loveland Frogman? So this is traditional Ohio folklore here, the town of Loveland, and they are famous for the Loveland Frogman. Some people call him the Loveland Lizard. You might hear that sometimes. But this is a legendary humanoid frog that supposedly stands about 4 feet tall, and he allegedly has been spotted in the town of Loveland, and he walks upright with webbed hands and webbed feet. So just think about that for a second.
Is he a tall frog or a short man?
There's a short man that looks like a frog. He's like, come on, guys. But I mean, I do have a few sightings. The first sighting happened in 1955. All right, May 1955. A businessman said that he had seen a 4 to 3 foot tall frog-faced creature squatting under a bridge near Loveland. There were, he said that he was described as, he's a squatter. They were described as having wrinkles instead of hair on his head, a lopsided chest, a wide mouth without lips like frogs have, and he also said that he held up a bar device that shreds sparks. So I don't
What?
like some
Like a
kind of
Roman
bar
candle?
device that like sheds sparks. Was he said it was a strong color of alfalfa and almonds was reportedly left behind.
Wait, almonds were what?
It says a strong odor of alfalfa, which I don't like. I guess like sprouts, kind of that sprouty kind of smell, and almonds were reportedly left behind. So like the smell of alfalfa and almonds. So if you want to go like sniff a bag of almonds and then like some sprouts, like apparently that's the smell that this creature permeates.
So he smells like a mossy knoll.
Like he smells like alfalfa, and he could be a fire starter.
Like, what were the sparks?
I don't know. It just said that he held up a device that looked like a bar and it shed sparks. All right. So 1955, that was the first sighting. Only sighting until 1972. So we jump forward to 1972, which is, almost like 20 years after. And I mean, there was never any other sightings of this. So on March the 3rd, 1972, police they said that they had seen a 4 foot tall frog-faced human-like creature with leathery skin near Loveland. It jumped over a rail and into the Little Miami River. 2 weeks later, Officer Mark Matthews said that he saw it again lying in the road, and it got away as Matthews shot at it and apparently missed.
Why you gotta shoot at it?
I know. So the officer said, this is how he describes the creature. He said that this creature was 3 to 4 feet tall, 50 to 75 pounds, leathery skin, possibly wet, matted hair on its body, and it made it look, he said it may be like textured. He said he had a head and face like a frog or lizard and could leap over the road's guardrails. A local farmer is also to have said to seen the Loveland frog later in that same month and year.
Okay, so you're saying he can hop pretty high like a frog.
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't sound as human.
Yeah, they said he could just like leap over a guardrail.
Okay.
So, silent again. So that was 1955 first sighting, 1972 second one, and then this sucker isn't seen again until 2001. And the officers, again, did not report their encounter, but word had leaked to the news media in 2001 that Officer Mark Matthews, who is now retired, explained the incident was blown out of proportion. I remember Mark Matthews is the fellow from 1972, and he was saying, "Oh no, like it was like blown out of proportion." He said, "It is no monster. It was not leathery or had wet matted fur. It was not 3 to 5 feet tall. It did not stand erect. The animal I saw was obviously some type of lizard that someone had as a pet that either got too large for its aquarium, escaped by accident, or they simply got tired of it. It was less than 3 feet in length, ran across the road, and was probably blinded by my headlights. It presented no aggressive action." He goes on to say that he attempted to shoot the creature in order to back up the account of his partner's sightings a few nights prior. But the lizard escaped. I know.
You shoot a lizard.
I know. But the lizard escaped, most likely to die from its injury or from a night's bitter freezing cold.
This guy sounds like a dick.
Yeah, did you like my accent for him?
Yeah.
That's how he would talk. So I'm like, he makes he and his partner make this big to do about this in 72, and then 2001 when he retires, he's just like, "Oh no, it was a lizard. It wasn't.
It was just a lizard, and I just wanted to shoot it just because."
Yeah, because it's a living, breathing thing, you know.
And if it maybe had injuries from getting run over,
like animal control or something.
Yeah, like you just wanted to kill an animal for no fucking reason.
Yeah,
what a jerk.
I think so too. All right, so modern sightings. So even today, local farmers are supposedly still claiming to spot it every once in a while. There was a recent report by a woman who was swimming in the Ohio River near Evansville, Indiana. She claimed to have been attacked by a reptilian creature, but she and a bystander were able to fight it off. Due to the location and the violence involved in the sighting, the incident may or may not have been related to the Loveland frog. I mean,
yeah, it doesn't sound like. I mean, I know it's just.
I'd
say one legitimate account. I'm not counting that cop. Like, it didn't sound like he was violent with like the first sighting in the 50s. He was just having fun with putting on a light show.
Just put on a light show, minding his own business. Yes. But I think like the account with like the river, I'm like, anything could be in a river. I mean, that could have been
a huge catfish.
It could have been a catfish. Yeah. Yeah. The most notable recent sighting occurred on August the 3rd, 2016, when Sam Jacobs and his girlfriend were playing Pokemon Go. They spotted what appeared to be a giant frog near Lake Isabella.
Or was it a Pokemon?
So those are the sightings, supposedly. And here is the origin behind it. So some folks claim that this legend goes back centuries. The version of the legend claims that the native, I'm going to botch this up and I'm so sorry, Twi'lek people warned French explorers in the 17th century about a creature called the Schoenhawk. The Schoenhawk was a river demon, described as a hybrid between a frog and a man, minus the nose and hair a man would have. It had dark and bumpy skin and was also said to be wrinkled and slimy. The Schoenhawk guarded the river banks and chased away anyone who came into its territory. It was thought to be immortal. So that's the origin story. Some say that it could be an alien. Alien in nature.
Well, maybe. I would say but aliens in Ohio, but then that's where Third Rock from the Sun took place.
There you go. And then some say it's just fun little folklore. Edgar Slotkin, a University of Cincinnati folklore professor, which that's fun. I want to major in folklore.
I would, but I think it requires so much reading.
Yeah, what fun. He compares the legend of the Loveland frog to that of Paul Bunyan. And the stories he says about it had been passed down for decades, and reports of sightings seem to come from predictable cycles,
Oh, just tall tales.
Yeah, it says this one kind of fits in with claims of modern day reports of the Loveland frog can be traced back to the early 1920s. So it's, maybe it's just one of those, like, we just pass it down. But here's something I love so much about this story. In 2014, playwrights Joshua Steele and Mike Hall wrote a bluegrass musical titled Hot Damn, It's the Loveland Frog. Like, that's the name of their musical.
That's fun.
And I think it sounds great. It's a bluegrass musical too. It is easily assumed from the name that obviously the musical is based on the Loveland Frog legend, though not on the specific reported sightings. So in the musical, a man named Luke Honeywell and a bluegrass band have to rescue his peepaw from the Loveland Frog. So I really want to check out that musical. Hot Damn, It's the Loveland Frog, a bluegrass musical. So that is this short story about the Loveland Frog.
We are going to be discussing skinwalkers today. Right off the bat, what are skinwalkers? Well, in Navajo, they are called Yinaulushiai, which means with it, he goes on all fours, which is already super spooky, right?
Ooh. So skinwalkers are always on all fours?
No.
Navajo? Okay.
Not necessarily. We'll get to that in a second. So what's interesting is they are human beings, at least from one theory. There's an alternate theory that I'll share. But I would say the most common thinking and notion of what a skinwalker is that they're human beings who have gained supernatural powers by breaking cultural taboos, essentially. And these are typically medicine men. So those who already have a connection to the spiritual powers, but then kind of turn dark. They're like more your black magic practitioners.
They're like the fallen. They're like a bad wizard.
Yes, absolutely. So yes, skinwalkers are a part of the ancient Native American legends. So I do agree with you in that they are probably most likely in America the oldest witches.
Yeah.
Definitely before the United States was colonized.
Right.
This is already a legend that was here.
Right.
And like I said, the Navajo seem to be the biggest, I guess, influence or believers, if you will, of the skinwalker, even though other tribes of the Southwest, including the Pueblo people, Apache, and Hopi, they also believe in skinwalkers, but there's maybe slight differences. The most popular that we're aware of and probably have heard of is Navajo.
Yeah.
So, as I said, in Navajo culture, a skinwalker is a type of harmful witch. So they have the ability to turn into animals and possess both animals and people.
Oh, wow.
So whenever I was doing my research on these guys, it's almost like they're a werewolf meets a vampire meets a witch. Like they're just all sorts of bad.
Like, I feel like the holy grail of all the things.
Yeah, they're like Superman.
And like you said, like, it's kind of interesting that they're typically already like medicine men. So like you said, like they already are quite skilled in spirits and whatnot, and then you add all those other layers on top, and you're dealing with if you're dealing with a skinwalker, you're dealing with something serious on your hands.
Yeah, you really are. And actually, a lot of the native people don't even think you should speak of skinwalkers because that will draw their attention to you.
It's really hard to find information about skinwalkers, isn't it?
It really is. And if you are a believer in skinwalkers or, Native American and your culture doesn't think you should talk about them, totally fine if you skip out on this episode.
We understand, yes.
We totally get it. Just tune in next time on a different topic.
Yeah. I mean, for people to not even speak of them, it just makes you feel like, you know, like, oh.
Which kind of ties into that, like, demon aspect as well, I think. It makes me think of, like, Zozo, which will definitely be another topic. That's one of my other favorite ones.
The topics I feel like on this podcast are endless.
Yes, absolutely. So it's like, even thinking about it or speaking of it kind of conjures it.
Right, exactly. So yeah, I feel like the skinwalker's the same way. I feel like before I started this podcast, I should have gotten some salt or something and just like did a safety.
So back to the big thing. All right, so what are skinwalkers? What do we know about them? So as I mentioned, they are grounded mainly in Navajo, but it seems that most of the tribes in the Southwest United States have some form of belief or version of them throughout their legends as well. So they usually actually transform into a wolf, coyote, bear, or bird.
A bird, even. What?
Yeah, but they can transform into any animal.
Okay.
This is one thing where I've heard like two different stories, essentially. Like, one notion is that they can just transform, but one other notion is they have to wear the animal's pelt. So that's actually quite taboo according to like the Navajo tradition. You shouldn't wear pelts or skins rather of animals who are predatory. So you won't see them wearing wolf skins or coyote skins or fox skins. They will only wear like sheep skins, and it's only for certain rituals and special occasions. Generally, they will not wear animal skins. Like, that's how taboo this thing is.
That's probably just a good rule to live by. Like, let's not wear anyone's skin, animal or human.
Yeah.
That's just probably a good like lesson in life.
Hey, yes. Animals are friends, not food or fashion.
Wear the skin you were born in. Let's just do that.
So yeah, what's interesting is I've noticed through my research is you kind of see this whole thing of what is the social norm versus what is not. And it's like the skinwalker does and is everything that breaks that norm and is taboo. So we'll get into thoughts about that later as well. But as I mentioned, what's interesting too about them, usually transforming into wolves, coyotes, even bears, those are native to this region. So they seem to be the local predatory.
Gotcha. Local animals.
But whenever they are transformed into those animals, they get their power. Like whatever the animal does, like if it runs fast, or the bear, it's really big and strong. The bird can fly, so you get those.
So it's like by putting on that skin, like they get that power.
Yeah. I mean, it almost sounded overly complicated the way some of them explained it, but I'm like, yeah, you turn into that animal, wow. So therefore get the abilities of that animal.
Yeah. Okay. On ya.
But what's kind of cool is it almost made me think of like an avatar or something. It's like, all right, if I know I'm going to be, I don't know, going up some cliffs or something, maybe I'll turn into a deer for my hooves, or like you can kind of transform as needed, so you get the powers essentially that are required for whatever it is you're doing.
That's pretty intense.
So that was the discrepancy there on if they have to be wearing the pelt or not.
Yeah.
To me, it probably wouldn't matter because you're already a magical being, so why would it make a difference if you have the pelt or not? But I don't know. It makes it extra creepy.
There's limits, and that's why they need the pelt. You know what I mean? Like maybe there's limits to their magic already.
Yeah.
Like that extra, like I don't know, scale this mountain or fly away or whatever.
Yeah. It's also just the spooky factor, I think.
Yeah, it's pretty intense.
I mean, some skinwalkers are even known to wear the animal's skulls and antlers on their heads too. So I guess it's like each practitioner might be a little different, or maybe be more of a powerful practitioner than the other. So yes, they can also shift into anyone. As I mentioned, that kind of helps them win trust of people. So it's like, I'm just thinking through if I were a skinwalker, it'd be kind of a good way to spy on people, see if they're talking about you.
Yeah,
that's awesome, right? Because it's like, hey, you think Sarah's acting kind of strange, but you're actually Sarah asking about it. It's like, all right, they're on my hit list now.
Yeah, exactly. Oh.
All right, even more powers though. These things are super powerful. It can also read your thoughts. It can control you with the
skinwalker.
Like, these things are just unstoppable. It can control your thoughts and actions by looking into your eyes.
So it's
if you
like a
take
staring
eye-
contest, 1, 2, 3. Don't do it. It could be a skinwalker.
Exactly. Which is also funny. Later on, we'll get to how to identify a skinwalker. So you kind of shoot yourself in your foot trying to do that. They're very fast, and as I mentioned, adopt the powers of the animals in which they're transforming into. It's also said in some references that they can control other creatures of the night as well. So wolves, like coyotes,
Oh,
they can control those things too.
there's just no stopping a skinwalker, I feel like.
No, and some say that they can summon spirits of the dead and reanimate those corpses to do their bidding. So essentially zombies.
Whoa.
Yes.
Of all the things we should have been afraid of, like I feel like skinwalker is like number 1 on the list. Like what can't a skinwalker do? Like,
well, I would say fly, but it can turn into a bird.
Exactly. I mean, it's like there's just no stopping these creatures. This is very scary to me.
Yeah, these are pretty bad, powerful things. But now let's talk about where we think that they come from. There's a few different theories floating around out there. So one idea is kind of, I think, what you were touching on whenever you said fallen at the beginning of the show. One idea is like more of a creation myth theory, and it links the creation myth to skinwalkers actually being Nagloshi, and these were helpers of the holy people back when they were first teaching humans of the blessing way, if you will. So they're trying to teach humans how to essentially be good, and these were messengers for those holy people. But whenever they were supposed to leave the mortal realm, some of them stayed behind, and this greedy desire corrupted their power given from them, from the holy people, and it essentially made them into a demon or a fallen angel.
So I was about to say, yeah, so it almost sounds like the whole fallen angel theory that we hear a lot. Okay.
So essentially some tribes, I think this might be where you get into that slight differences across tribes. Some believe that the Nagloshi are demons, like those original skinwalkers, if you will.
Okay.
So they were never mortal. And that a skinwalker is different from that, and that it was mortal. And it's a shaman who practices black magic and becomes a skinwalker.
Gotcha. So there's just different theories on that.
Yeah, and then in others, it's kind of like they're one and the same. Or so that's kind of like.
I mean, still equally terrifying.
Oh yeah, totally terrifying. So one thing I think you have to consider, like I said, is really the cultural lens. So whenever you're talking about the Navajo world, like witchcraft is very important. So it actually is part of their daily behaviors and patterns. You try to avoid it, prevent it, even cure it. And apparently there are as many words for its various forms in Navajo as there are different types of snow among the Eskimo. So there's all sorts of different types of magic. It's very much part of the everyday life. So I just think keeping that in mind really makes this more real and terrifying if you are one of the indigenous people or a tribal member.
Wow.
So Navajo thinking, all good things in life result from respect for the harmony of the universe. And this is called Hazo. So it's essentially balance and beauty. Skinwalkers represent everything that is not that.
Gotcha.
So like I said, throughout kind of what you think about with skinwalkers is it's that taboo kind of perversion of nature versus the beautiful balance of nature.
Makes sense.
So the Navajo believe there are places where the powers of both good and evil are present, and that those powers can be harnessed for either good or bad, which I think is interesting, the idea of trying to harness evil for good. I'd like to understand more about that.
That's kind of like crossing that line a little bit, you know? It's either like you always consider something good or evil, but I feel like that's kind of like a gray area.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
So I think that's why these medicine men are so important. So the medicine men harness the powers for good, to heal, to aid, and for that beautiful balance.
Right.
But there are those who practice what is called the witchery way. And they harness these forces to cause harm and misfortune. And it is said that one can gain the power to become a skinwalker upon being initiated into the witchery way.
Uh-oh.
Yes. So there's a dark side.
Oh my gosh, how to become one.
Yes. So how do you become one? So we heard one theory is that maybe they were essentially fallen angels from the holy Bible, right? They just kind of always were. But mortals can also become skinwalkers. I think this is the most popular theory, or at least one I'm most familiar with. So there's a belief that skinwalkers are actually they're members of a secret society, if you will, of evil shaman. And what's creepy about this, and there again, this is also what kind of makes me think of like the witch trials that we're more familiar with living on the East Coast.
Right.
From the East Coast. It's almost like a witch hunt, and the idea that they're living among you, like during the day, but doing all
like, you're a skinwalker. You're a skinwalker.
Yeah, exactly.
So okay, question on that. So well, I can't wait. I'm definitely going to cover Salem witch trials. You know how that's one of my favorites. Yeah. But say I didn't like you, and we were in a tribe or whatever, and I just didn't like you, and you weren't evil at all. Could I tell the tribe or something that I think you're a skinwalker, and then they would murder you like they did in Salem, or is it kind of a little different situation here?
We'll get to that. We'll get to the witch purge.
Okay, because I'm like, that's pretty terrible.
Honestly, though, from what I've researched, I innately always think that indigenous people were better than that.
Yeah, I guess that's why that kind of surprised me. I guess maybe I'm being ignorant, because I felt like it was kind of like us against indigenous people, and I never really considered that they may had issues among themselves. You know what I mean? I always was like, yeah. And I know that that's such an ignorant way to look at things. That's one reason why I'm really glad that we're doing these stories, because whether you're a believer in these things or you're not, I think that human nature always remains the same somehow. Whether you're talking about tribes, Salem witch trials, whether you're talking about what's going on now, it's all just human behavior. And it's just really interesting to me that I always thought Native Americans were all together, and then we tried to come and take over their land, and there was never any disharmony among them, which is not probably an accurate depiction.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely always in-group, out-group dynamics, right? You assume that groups that you're not a member of are more homogenous than they actually are.
So true.
And then that leads to stereotypes and racism.
Yes. It's very true.
Yeah. So, of course, not everybody got along, but from the research I've done, I didn't notice this horrible thing of false accusations as much as you hear about with the Salem witch trials.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean they didn't happen. I didn't really see much research.
Find a lot of accounts of that.
Yeah, come forth, but there again, people don't really talk about this. So it's really hard to find any stories at all.
It's very hard. It really is.
I mean, and I'm assuming if you did think someone was a skinwalker, you would maybe not want to mention it for fear of retaliation.
Very true.
I don't know. I mean, it's a good question, but I don't know. If any listeners out there, if you know of any accusations of skinwalkers,
because that would be a pretty horrible thing to also be accused of if you weren't. I mean, what if you really have a mental disorder or something, and something's really wrong with you, and they're like, hell, you're a skinwalker.
Well, check this out. I think that would really piss you off to be accused of being a skinwalker because of what you have to do to become one.
Okay, maybe I don't know. Maybe I need to know more about skinwalkers before I make that.
So like I said, some people believe that skinwalkers are part of a secret group of essentially evil shaman. And they live among the tribe by day, but at night they go off into the caves and do taboo rituals.
Okay.
And these rituals allegedly involve cannibalism, incest, desecrating graves, grave robbing, necrophilia. Like, you have to do some pretty nasty stuff to, one, be a member in the first place, but to get initiated in, you have to participate in this stuff too.
That's pretty terrible. Okay, yeah.
So to be initiated, typically is what it sounds like you would have to do is murder a close relative, especially a sibling.
Oh no, that rules me out.
Yeah, yeah, we're both still here.
Yeah,
So,
I can never be a skinwalker. There goes that.
Yeah. Some other initiation practices, though, are also said to be necrophilia and grave robbing. So, I mean, I guess you would have to be a grave robber to do the necrophilia part. But anyway.
Yeah, that's pretty rough.
So, like I said, I think if you did accuse somebody of being a skinwalker, you're essentially being like, you're a necrophiliac. Or murderer. Like, you're just all this horrible stuff. That's everything taboo in our culture. So, I don't know. I'd be offended if somebody accused me of that.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. That's a pretty tall charge to be accused of. So, but then if they had reason to, like, you know, that would be a whole different story. So.
Yeah, right. So that is the most common thing I've heard about, or was most familiar with skinwalkers, is that it's the initiation, and you do like a ritual that's really taboo to become a skinwalker.
Horrible.
That involves doing some of these things. It's also believed just the taboo of like corpses and human remains, like even used in the ceremonies. It's all just kind of that you know, disturbing the dead. It's kind of like the general consensus I got of like one of the taboos, like not letting the dead rest.
Exactly.
And it's also believed that the teaching of this witchery way is passed down from the elders. So there's most likely an older man that is, let's say, the leader of the skinwalkers, if you will, and he passes on like what to do to become a skinwalker and keep these rituals going, generation to generation. Yeah. Also, women can be skinwalkers, but they're mostly men, of course.
I'm just gonna leave that there.
Yeah, we'll just leave that right there. So yeah, it's scary because these are living among you, essentially. So it's kind of like, well, okay, if I think I have a skinwalker on my hands before making false accusations, right? It's like, how do I know?
Yeah, like how do you know?
So some say that when a skinwalker is in human form, they have animal-looking eyes. But when in animal form, they look more like human eyes. But that requires you to look into their eyes, which means they can control your mind. You know what I mean? So that's what I was mentioning. Like, do you want to risk them having mind control over you to see? And generally what it sounded like to me is they also are just, there's something just a bit unnatural about them in animal form. It kind of made me think of Men in Black. I know I'm dating myself, but whenever that one alien tries to put on like a human skin and it doesn't really fit.
Yeah.
It's kind of what
I just kind of went to White Chicks.
Yeah.
That's where my mind went.
Yeah, right? It's just like, there's just like something kind of off.
Yeah.
So, like in the animal form, especially, like, that just doesn't seem like a wolf that's like the other wolves.
Yeah, something's just a little off. Yeah.
Something's just a little off about it.
And don't stare at its eyes. Do not.
Yeah. I mean, you could try, but
don't do it.
Might be putting yourself at risk there.
Warned. You've been warned here first. Oh, what is that?
That's a skinwalker.
He looks like old Greg a little.
Oh no. Actually, I think that I'll have to, and if you're not watching, guys, I'll post these pictures on social media.
This one is pretty horrifying.
I think it might actually be a shaman, but it popped up with skinwalkers, so I need to track down like what this actually is.
Oh dear. I'm definitely getting kind of an old Greg vibe at the top here.
Old Greg.
Sorry.
See, also slightly just
Okay.
unnatural,
Sorry.
right, Old Greg?
Yeah, everything about that is unnatural.
The scaly
What else?
manfish with a mangina, like.
Oh, Greg could have been a skinwalker.
He might have been a skinwalker, but he was in England? Yeah, we'll have to figure out the origin of Old Greg.
Yeah. I've got a lot of Old Greg questions now.
Yes. Where does he get all the Baileys?
He's like maybe a skinwalker gone wrong.
Yeah. It might be just something else entirely.
We'll just deal with Old Greg in another episode.
Yeah. My biggest question when researching skinwalkers is, okay, so they can shapeshift. They potentially had to do something horrible to do it, but why are they considered so bad? Otherwise, once they're a skinwalker.
Once they are one, yeah.
Right? So apparently, it's believed that they are usually responsible for anything from murders, animal attacks, and disappearances of tribesmen to even causing disease and illness, destruction of property, even just little annoying things too. Like some of it almost seems playful. Oh. Like they're known for making sounds around your home, like knocking on windows, banging on walls.
Basically being a nuisance.
Yeah, scraping on your roof, even peeping into your windows.
Okay.
They can be peeping toms. They even most often in a lot of, I have read some local stories here where it's like they appear near a vehicle, like running alongside of it at the same speed as the vehicle, and then just like veer off into the woods, or just appear in front of your car and try to make you crash. Like they're just kind of causing all sorts of trouble, which to me sounds very much like a demon, right? Like you're just there to just bother everybody and just make bad things happen.
Yeah.
So a lot of people think that they're just bad news. So what's their real deal? Like what's their motivation? Well, apparently they kill out of greed, anger, envy, spite, or revenge. That might sound kind of familiar.
Yeah, right.
Kind of like the 7 deadly sins kind of stuff.
Oh.
But they are blamed for all manner of unexpected struggle, anything like poor crops or drought. There's even one, I haven't read this commonly, but one source even said that potentially how they stay alive is through the unexpired life from their victim. So essentially, if I kill you, you had 20 more years to go, I get those 20 years. So they have to kill to stay alive.
I've never heard that.
Yeah, I've only heard that from one source. Most of the other sources, actually, the stuff is pretty benign, just kind of like messing with your car, bothering you. And like I said, some say that they are just pure evil. That sounds reasonable to me.
Yeah, they're just evil.
They're just evil. They just like to be assholes. They're just evil and like to bother people. So this kind of, I'm not going to go too into detail because I didn't want this to be like a big long history story, but there was the Navajo witch purge of 1878 where we're talking about those U.S. influences. So in 1878, after a series of wars with the U.S. Army, the Navajo were expelled from their land and forced to march, I always mess up this word, Bosque, I think is how it's said. It's a local place here. And what is known as the Long Walk of the Navajo in 1864. There, the people suffered from bad water, failed crops, illness, death, and it reduced their numbers dramatically. And then after 4 years of living in those conditions, the government finally admitted they had made a mistake kicking the Navajo off their land, and they allowed them to return into the Four Corners area. So when I say the Four Corners area, that's like where Utah, Arizona, Colorado, and New Mexico all touch. It's that region. So pretty much, all right, you're living in crappy conditions, a bunch of people get sick, die. Okay, now you can come back. America's, the U.S. government's like, oh, whoops, come on back. And then during these years, many of the tribes members were said to have turned to shapeshifting. So one notion is it was just such bad conditions that some people wanted to become skinwalkers to escape it.
Oh, wow.
Right? And thinking that would be a good way
to like attack people that force them off their land, essentially.
Yeah, essentially like to get the U.S. government and like the people who kick them off their land, kind of get them back. I mean, and this is just complete like disheartenment. It even says the rest of the tribes were convinced that their gods had deserted them, like completely just, you know, I can't imagine all of this going on at once to where it's like that desperation of being kicked off your land in this really bad situation. So it's almost like, did skinwalkers cause this, or do we kind of just become one and fight this? Like, I could totally see that conflict going on with people. Okay, so once the people had returned to their homelands, their conditions improved, but the dreaded skinwalkers, for whom they blamed for the years of the bleak reservation, were still among them. So this is where the accusations of witchcraft and the hunting of the skinwalkers began. When someone found a collection of witch artifacts wrapped in a copy of the Treaty of 1868, the tribal members unleashed deadly consequences. So the Navajo witch purge occurred in 1878, in which 40 Navajo suspected witches were killed in order to restore harmony and balance to the tribe.
Oh, man.
So that's pretty creepy that it's the Treaty of 1868, like, with those artifacts. So yes. So
I'm sorry, rewind again. So who is it that accused them and killed them? Was it the Navajo tribe or Americans that did that?
It was the Navajo tribe. So this is after they've returned home.
Okay, gotcha.
Things are getting better, but now there's friction because they feel like the skinwalkers who caused this in the first place are still there.
So they pretty much went on a witch hunt, if you will.
Yeah, exactly. They did kind of their own version of a witch hunt. But it sounds like what really ignited it was the collection of witch artifacts wrapped in a copy of the Treaty of 1868.
That was the sign.
And then the members of the tribe were like, nope, we're purging you guys on whoever. I don't know any background as to how they suspected these 40 people, but they took care of them with deadly force, if you will.
Wow.
So yeah, so kind of back to what we were talking about earlier. I don't know if any were false accusations. I mean, the assumption is that skinwalkers aren't real. So then yes, essentially, but I don't know. It's hard to say. But, you know, people died because of being accused of witchcraft, essentially, just like you see all over the world.
Yeah, and you still see, if you will, in other forms.
Yes. So, how to kill a skinwalker.
Yeah, okay, this is important.
This is almost impossible, but also makes me think of like Rumpelstiltskin. Apparently, like the only way to, and this isn't even kill, it's just to stop it.
Okay.
Stop a skinwalker is to learn their true identity and then to call them by their full name.
Oh, that sounds like an impossible thing to do. If maybe you can't even look them in the eye without them, you know, like how do you know who it is?
And it's more like the idea that if you do call them by their full name, the sense I was getting is that they essentially become kind of human again.
Yeah.
And remember being like kind of snap out of the spell being all evil.
Yeah.
And then it's more like them trying to reconcile the horrible things they've done. That kind of ends up taking care of them, like through legal stuff. I mean, I don't know what laws are like back then, but essentially it's karma comes back to get them once they snap out of it. And
karma always wins, man.
Yeah.
Oh man, so basically you just can't stop them.
Right. You really can't. It's like you just try to find their humanity a little bit.
Leave it the hell alone.
But yeah, best just leave them alone. What's interesting though is since, you know, these aren't really well documented or discussed at all, it's kind of like, well, when did they become so popular?
Yeah, like how do we even know about them? And almost because they're so hard to find information on.
And this is going to be really fun. And my next topic, which might be a two-parter. So from what I could see, is it seems like they kind of became well known in 1996. This is whenever like the non-tribal folks, if you will, kind of got a taste for skinwalkers. And this was from an article in the Desert News called Frequent Flyers. This story chronicles the Sherman family's experience in Utah on a farm. And they experienced everything from UFO sightings, skinwalker encounters, disappearances, and cattle mutilations. But where I'm going with this is the Sherman farm, better known as Skinwalker Ranch.
There it is.
The hub of all of this stuff. So I will be discussing that in detail. And I actually bought the book. And there's actually a documentary in 2018 that came out on researchers that were kind of trying to figure out what the heck's going on at Skinwalker Ranch. And it's called The Hunt for the Skinwalker. So I have purchased that. I'm going to start reading it.
Skinwalker Ranch, like there's something there for sure. I mean, to have all of this happening there, I mean, it's fascinating. So I'm really excited that you're covering that. Like I know like this much about Skinwalker Ranch, but it goes on. And some crazy research has been done there. So it's just like, what is it, that causes all this to happen there? It's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. And just kind of like a sneak peek, like I'd barely gotten, I was like, yeah, I know Skinwalker Ranch. No, I freaking don't know Skinwalker Ranch.
Yeah.
It is nuts. It is now owned by a company called the Adamantium Corporation, which I think is super weird. I think it's spelled different, but adamantium is actually like what Wolverine's his skeleton's made of. Like it's from like the comic books, and it's like indestructible metal. Like Captain America's shield is made of that. I think it's kind of weird that this company has a similar name to that, and it's also super private, super secure. We're talking armed guards, surveillance everywhere.
I mean, there's some stranger things stuff happening out there, like for sure.
It's weird. It's very weird.
Very, very weird. Like I feel like they have had to have found some kind of something, and they're trying to keep people out. And but speaking of keeping people out, one of our favorite people, I think, got to go in. Zach Bagans, right? I don't know if that episode is out yet, but I'm kind of want to watch it and see what they found.
I don't know when it was recorded or released. I want to say it might have been for Halloween or near Halloween this year.
Check it out.
But yeah, I did see it. It was up on the.
You watched it?
Yeah.
Was it good?
It was pretty weird. Like it really tied into some of this stuff with some of the stuff they found in the caves. Like they did find like animal remains from like a recent fire. So it does sound like, it's kind of, it's one thing to sit in my chair and be like, yeah, people do evil rituals in caves out there. But to actually see that, like, holy shit, I think people really do. There was some weird stuff. Those were some really good episodes. Because he also, I don't know if it was a two-parter, but like there's at least two that take place in New Mexico, and I think one is on the Navajo reservation, I want to say, where someone thinks their house is haunted, and they catch some weird shit that does seem skinwalker-ish.
Wow.
I mean, like, there's one point where it's like the night vision camera, or no, sorry, it's the heat detection like camera, and like you see a cold mass, like just walking out in the field.
See that often.
And it's moving really fast.
Wow.
But it looks humanoid. And that was some of the creepier things. That was definitely some good research there, Zach.
Well, I'm glad that Zach's back out there. Like, I know he kind of took a hiatus there after Demon House and had a lot of physical stuff happen to him. So, I mean, as much as, I'm glad he's out there again, especially to be able to do Skinwalker Ranch. It's like, whoa, that's, I don't even know where you would begin researching something quite that epic.
Yeah.
So,
So yeah, so I need to watch those episodes for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I highly recommend them. They're definitely some of the better ones where you're like, okay, there's actually something legit
Something
going
there,
on.
yeah.
And then just to kind of sum up what's going on today, like around the internet in 2018-ish, I would say, there was like this viral image going around.
I remember seeing that image.
But apparently it was debunked. It was actually from a 1980s sci-fi movie called Extra. That was like the most recent quote-unquote sighting I've noticed of
That's a
potentially
bummer.
Skinwalker, but it's not real.
Skinwalker is definitely terrifying because it's not just one scary thing. Like they encompass everything, and it's just, I don't know. Like if you come in contact with a Skinwalker, I think you might be screwed.
I mean, like I said, it's like a werewolf, vampire, demon combination.
A lot. And they're also skilled in magic, like nobody's business. So it's like you're already dealing with. I just don't know. I mean, the only thing I know to tell you is just be thrown and hide, but they still probably get you.
Yeah, just pretend you never heard this and don't speak of them.
Yeah, I think that's probably the way to go.
Yeah. Well, I hope everybody enjoyed that episode, got a little creeped out, and maybe learned something.
Yeah, definitely. I did. Well, if you haven't been sleeping well, listeners, you know, I might have a reason why you're not. So, have you ever heard of a boo hag?
I have heard of a boo hag. Don't think I've ever met one.
I hope not. Well, I am obsessed with the name because I mean, when I decided I wanted to cover the boo hag, I called like Stephen a boo hag 10,000 times. I've tried to use boo hag in every sentence that I can because, first of all, I think it's just a great name. I love it.
It's so much. It's the best name.
It really is. But what's so I really wanted to cover this because it takes place in South Carolina. And if you've never been to South Carolina or you're thinking about visiting South Carolina, I will say it is. You better stop it. It's a beautiful state. I know we've talked about that a lot. Like South Carolina really is beautiful. And below what we call, what us local folk call the Low Country, I think is some of the most beautiful country I've ever seen personally. It's extremely scenic. A lot of movies have been filmed there, such as Forrest Gump and Great Santini, just a lot. And it's just, when you think of the Low Country, think of just like beautiful water, old southern charming towns, Spanish moss, like, you know, and trees. It's very scenic. It's very beautiful. It's very
spooky.
But yeah, it's very swampy as well.
There's something
mysterious. Very mysterious. Yeah, definitely. And so another cool thing about the Low Country, I don't know if you've ever heard of the Gullah people. So the Gullah culture, they're
shout out to Gullah Gullah Island.
Yes,
any of our Nick friends. Yeah.
Yes. Well, the Gullah culture is really it's so thriving, and they have done such an amazing job of preserving their culture and their heritage and really keeping that spirit alive. And I think it's so awesome because they were, you know, unfortunately, like most of our country's history, they were they're African American slaves that came here to the lower part of South Carolina, Georgia, and some parts of Florida, as that they would use them on the rice plantations, because the rice that they grew in Africa, the humidity and a lot of the climate is very similar to that of the Low Country. And so there was like a very, it was just kind of like a real particular craft. And so that's why a lot of the Gullah ended up in that part of the country. But they do speak, a lot of it comes from what they speak. They speak like a very Creole type of language. So it's a language. Gullah is a language. And so they speak it fluently still. And it's really, I really wanted to go, and I didn't get a chance to when we were in Beaufort, but they have all sorts of like museums and just different things where like you can go to the restaurants where they like literally like still talk and like speak. I believe they call it Geechee, and so they'll still speak that language. They cook the food, they do everything the same, and so I really wanted to go and really experience their cultures. I think that would be really cool.
I bet the food is amazing.
Oh, it looks out of this world amazing. So this is where we get the boo hag from, and it's from the Gullah culture. And so the Gullah believe, like a lot of us, a lot like the skinwalker, they believe that a person has a soul. And so if you've been a good person, you would like go on to like a heaven or something, and then like your spirit would or possibly stay behind, and you would be something like a guardian angel or some kind of guide, a spirit guide, something positive. But if you're bad, you would go to somewhere like hell, and then you would become a boo hag. And so you're like, okay, so what does that mean? Like, I get to be a boo hag.
You can't escape hell then. So that's already a little better.
I mean, you would prefer to go there after you hear about it, but maybe wait to hear about it first and just, I don't know. But they believe it's kind of like punishment for you for being such a bad person for whatever reason. And so basically what a boo hag is it's a monster that doesn't have any skin. So no skin. So it looks like a hunk of meat. like a hunk of like graham. Yeah, it's basically just like tendons, muscles, like hamburger meat. Ooh. But you have glowing eyes, no skin. And what it does basically is it takes over your skin and basically uses your skin, and it says that it, like, quote unquote, it rides you in the night. And so the Gullah people to this day still say, like, before you go to bed, don't let the boo hag ride you.
Oh.
And so what it does,
many jokes.
I know.
I'm just trying to be here.
Just leave it there. But so
just a typical Friday night.
The boo hag, it only comes out at night. So in the daybreak, you can kind of be safe, but they can still lurk in the day as well. Basically, I like to think of Hocus Pocus because, like, that scene where Bette Midler's like sucking the life like out of the children. Like, so think of it like that. It's like they say that they like sit on your lungs, and they don't necessarily kill you, they just use your energy and your skin. And so that's why they say, like, when you wake up and you've been tired, like say you went to bed at 8 o'clock and you woke up at 8 o'clock the next morning and you just felt so tired and lethargic.
Because you were getting ridden by
you were getting ridden by a boo hag.
Don't get rid.
I had no idea. So that's why.
But so I'm sorry. I'm probably you can grill me next time too. But the skin, like, what are they doing to your skin? They're using it?
Yeah, like, so think of it like I have no skin, right? And I'm just this evil entity, and I want to go out and cause mischief or whatever at night. So obviously if I'm walking around like a hunk of ground hamburger meat, like, I'm going to be noticed. Like, it's going to cause a scene, But if I can basically suck out, suck out your energy and leave you enough breath just to live, and basically take your skin, I'm going to take over it. Like, I'm going to go out looking like you, but it's going to be me.
So, I get it now. So they're not possessing you.
No, it's like
sucking.
I'm basically just using your skin. I'm using you like a costume, if you will.
Gotcha.
So a few ways I want to also tell you, I thought this was hilarious. And I could actually relate a lot to the boo hag because the boo hag also is obsessed with numbers. And so one of the ways that you can defend yourself from a boo hag, and you see this a lot in the Gullah culture, is by getting a broom that has a lot of bristles. So say say that I'm a boo hag and I'm coming to, like, they get in through cracks and crevices, like in your door or in your wall. So I can like I'm basically like a hamburger meat, but then I turn into like Alex back, and I can like slide underneath.
You're also like Santa too, is what that makes people.
Maybe I wouldn't have to come through your chimney. I can just slide through a crack or whatever.
Yeah.
And you're sleeping, and you have a broom like at your bed, at the foot of your bed. Well, I'm going to be so obsessed with counting all the bristles on the broom that I'll forget to come and like take over your skin. So they say things like a broom with a lot of bristles, a brush with a lot of bristles, and like if they...
These seem like all of the items Grandma Lou had to hit us with as children. Does she believe in boo bags?
I mean, I'm just saying, like, I think... I mean, I'm just thinking of so many things, but I'm thinking like Rain Man, like what?
Just throw a box of matches at them.
Yeah. I mean, like, they have to count, like, and so basically you want to keep them occupied with counting until the sun comes up, because when the sun comes up, they can't enter your skin, and
okay.
So
but you have to be asleep for them to get you.
Not necessarily, but you have to.
They're awake.
They can, but they usually wait till you go to sleep, and so. One way to defend yourself, a broom, a bristle brush. Another thing that works with witches as well is salt. So basically, and I'm going to tell you a really gross story about the salt. So hold up on that. So salt.
Gross.
Another thing is you will see a lot in the Low Country that a lot of people will paint their windows what's called a haint blue to keep the ghost away. That's where this comes from. It's the Gullah culture, because they can't.
That's a cool term. I want to paint my room haint blue.
Yes, it actually is. Like it's a real color. But apparently, the Gullah say you should also paint like the tops of your window frames, or anything like that. They can't cross it. It's a really cool color.
I like that color.
It's really pretty.
It's like not quite. I just Google it, people, but it's not quite like robin's egg, but it's kind of close.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like symbolic of water. You've got your broom or brush. You've got your haint blue. You've got your salt. Now, also, I'm just gonna tell you, if you wake up or you're not quite asleep and you see that a boo hag is on you, don't fight it. Because if you try to fight it, it can kill you.
Oh no. So it's better just
let
her do what she needs to do.
It's best to just let them do what they gotta do. So don't fight it. And they also go away at dusk. So they can't enter your skin until, during the dusk.
Are they only women?
No.
Okay. I don't
think so. Let me see. I think that they can be men. I'm pretty sure they can be men or women. Let's see.
Just the name hag always makes me think probably a woman.
That would be messed up.
But back to the sleep thing, it sounds a lot like the hag, right? Are you familiar with the hag?
No.
A lot. Well, I guess that could be another topic, but pretty much it's like a lot of people who have sleep paralysis. Some people think it's not like sleep paralysis, that it's the hag coming to visit you and she's sitting on your chest.
Yes, this is the boo hag. So it says that it's women and it can be men as well.
Okay.
So it's not gender specific. But also I was just trying to find some more about, the boo hag, like some like real life things that have been passed down and some stories, and I came across a story about a guy named Aaron and a boo hag named Maggie. So I'll tell you kind of the gist of the story. So this guy named Aaron lives somewhere, I'm going to say he lives in the Low Country, South Carolina for sure. And he's looking for a wife because back in those days, I mean, heaven forbid you're single, you just can't do it. And so he just, had a really hard time like finding someone that he really liked and wanted to marry and spend the rest of his life with and all this stuff. And there was this beautiful, like exotic kind of looking lady named Maggie that he met in town and just fell in love with her. Like she was just so gorgeous. They decided to get married that night. Tip number one.
Okay.
They don't even want to wait till the day. Like they gotta get hitched like immediately. And he brings her to his home and she makes him this really huge meal, like gigantic meal. And he's like, oh my gosh, like, oh, I'm so full. And so she's like, why don't you go upstairs and go to sleep and I'll be right upstairs. And he's like, okay. Well, he falls asleep after eating this huge meal. And as he's falling asleep, she's at the spindle, like the old timey, like you're like kind of spindling or whatever. Well, he's thinking that she's sewing, but really she's spindling off her fake skin.
Oh, gross.
And then, And then Aaron's sound asleep, right? And so then Maggie goes out at night to find somebody's skin to wear, and then she comes back in the morning before the sun comes up, and he's waking up and he's like, she's like smells horrible, she's like sweaty and disgusting. Now remember, if you live in the low country, it's extremely humid, so you're gonna be sweaty and like you're gonna be, it's kind of perfect for a boo hag because you're probably gonna stink and you're gonna sweat a lot. That's just how it is. And so he's kind of thinking, okay. And when he like tries to wake her up, she's just like, oh, like he can only see the back of her head and she looks like a hot mess. Well, then the sun comes up and he sees her downstairs and she's all like back to her normal pretty looking self, making him breakfast. He goes to work, he comes back home, same thing happens night after night after night. And he's like, something is really weird, And so he goes and talks to this, like, I want to say like a medicine woman, if you will. And he's like, she's like, oh, she's a boo hag. Because all these weird things are happening. Like people are exhausted. Like everyone's just like so tired. It's like the life's been drained out of them. Well, it's Maggie basically going out at night and feeding, if you will, on everybody in this little town. And so the medicine woman tells them, you've got to get some paint. You have to like paint like your windowsills, your roof. You got to paint it this paint blue, and then you need to get some salt. And what you need to do is you've got to basically salt her, because if you salt her, she can't get back into her skin, like her fake skin that she goes out in during the day. Ooh. And so basically, she's like, you got to do all of this before the sun comes up. And so he like nails the window shut. He paints everything. He gets his salt. He does all these things, but he forgets about the attic. So she gets in through the attic and she comes down and he salts her. And then like basically she can't get into her skin and she's just like this meat blob and just kind of like withers away when the sun comes up. So a boo hag.
Like, do you know if that like destroys them?
I think it does. I think that it does.
Do they go back to hell or just like
go back? I guess I don't know. I think that maybe that's how you get rid of it, and like basically you send them on,
or it just goes away. It's almost like exercise.
Well, I'm thinking if like if you salt them, they can't get back into like their fake skin, and so they can't really survive.
But that fake skin was stolen from somebody, right?
Probably, yeah.
So there's probably some exotic-looking woman.
It's somebody that decided to fight back.
Yeah. That's crazy. I thought you were going to say it was like a snail kind of thing with salt. I was like, ooh, this like shrivel up.
I mean, I guess so, kind of.
That would hurt, though, if you're just muscle, no flesh. Like, ooh.
I mean, it's pretty crazy. I mean, they're interesting. I mean, it's like a vampire.
Yeah, like, do you know if you can like summon them, or if there are any people that like are just jerks and like want boo hags to wreak havoc on their town?
No, I don't think so. From what I can find, it's you don't want a boo hag. Like, it's not as like, like with a skinwalker, like just even mentioning the word skinwalker is taboo. I feel like with a boo hag, it's not quite like that, but it's just pretty much like you don't want a boo hag ever. And it's like, this is what you need to defend yourself from a boo hag. Because, I mean, they do have the capability to kill you if they wanted to.
Yeah.
And just think about it. Like, if you're not getting good sleep and like a boo hag is like feeding on you and feeding on you and feeding on you, like you could like fall asleep at the wheel or have an accident. And so ultimately, it doesn't have to necessarily be the thing that takes your life, but by sucking all your energy and your life force out, you kind of are dying a slow death.
So maybe most Americans don't have sleep apnea.
That's right. I'm just saying.
Boo hags.
It could be the boo hag. And I mean, I think the boo hag might be riding a lot of people. That's what I don't think it's stress and sleep apnea. I think it's the boo hag. I'm just saying.
Boo hag riding ya? Yeah. That needs to be on like a commercial for sleep apnea.
Is the boo hag riding ya? I feel like I've been ridden by a boo hag.
Well, I think you know what topic I'm covering.
I think I do, but I don't really know much about this topic, I have to say.
Oh, good. This topic is so much more fun, actually, if you don't know about it.
Oh, well, good. You'll get some live reaction here from me.
Yeah. So it's a pretty simple story and thing, but I'm going to be talking about the rake today.
As in, like, a rake, like R-A-K-E, like you rake your leaves with.
Yeah.
Spelling, but
called the rake.
Different thing.
Yeah, it's this like tall thing with a wooden handle. Just kidding. No, this is a humanoid cryptid kind of creature.
A humanoid cryptid. Okay, I'm down. All right, let's hear about the rake.
All right, let's hop into it.
Let's do it.
Let's jump into it like a bag of leaves.
That was good.
We're full of jokes.
Herman just left after you cracked that joke.
Well, that being said, how about just a description of what the rake looks like?
Okay, I'm ready.
If you do just Google the rake, you'll see like this super creepy picture of this kind of skeletal looking.
Is that what you want me to do?
Really, yeah, if you want to. Really pale looking thing with like glowing white eyes. That's the picture that I know of as the rake.
Okay.
So as you're looking that up,
Ew.
So it's called the rake because it has long rake-like claws. That's kind of how it got its name. It's reported to be 6 to 7 feet tall. Okay. It's usually kind of slouched position, kind of like hunched over.
Right.
Very, very pale. It walks on all fours.
It almost looks like a monster.
Yeah.
And it looks like maybe somebody captured it on the news.
Yeah. So
really weird.
It's kind of a creepy looking thing. It
really is. Like,
it also supposedly has like a blank face, that meaning like no mouth or nose.
Yeah.
So it kind of like, I think it looks like a skull, kind of like its face does.
It does. It kind of looks like, it sort of looks like a skeleton.
Yeah.
But kind of a monster.
Yeah.
It's really weird. Obviously, I mean, it looks like there's a movie.
Oh yeah, it blew up in the early 2000s, and we'll get into that explosion of it. Also, I think it's kind of like morphed over the years. So that picture clearly doesn't have 3 eyes, but supposedly it's supposed to have 3 eyes, like one like in the middle of its forehead, and then like 2 on the sides of its head, so it can like observe. But I've heard some cases where the eyes are really, really green. Other cases where they're just really, really bright.
I see some pictures where they look a little green.
And then some where they're just like
little black holes.
Yeah, and then other reports are they're just like black, empty orb. You know, it's been reported as looking like a hairless dog, but also like a naked humanoid creature.
True.
This is another part which just sounds creepy, and I can't imagine what this would actually look like. So it's supposed to have like a hinged skull that acts like a mouth. So essentially it like opens
like a pen dispenser
at the chin. Yeah, I guess.
Like a pen dispenser.
And then it has like little teeth when it does that. So the rake was popularized in 2003 because of sightings in Northeast US, mostly around upstate New York.
Okay.
So it's a Yankee.
So I'm good. Is that what you're saying? And you're okay too?
Yeah.
So our northern friends, look out.
And then as backgrounds, now we're going to get into kind of like the origin, maybe like the first accounts of this creature. So in 2006, a group of internet sleuths started compiling records of the rake, and including some of the details that I mentioned about how it looks and whatnot. But supposedly the government shut it down and did like a media blackout, and most of the records were destroyed, and you can't find them now.
That's very interesting to me.
Yeah, we'll come back to that later.
I'm gonna put a pin in it.
Yeah. So while most of the records were destroyed or missing at this point, some have leaked. So it looks like the earliest account of a rake type figure was in 1691.
Whoa.
In a mariner's log.
91.
Yeah, so a mariner's log in 1691, quote, "He came to me in my sleep. From the foot of my bed, I felt a sensation. He took everything. We must return to England. We shall not return here again at the request of the rake." So that's pretty spooky. Apparently this crew had just arrived in the New World like a few weeks prior, and
they're like, nope, no thank you, bye.
Yeah, and then you'll notice the theme of this visitation, it seems like, while you're sleeping.
Well, do you think the rake maybe has some Native American ties to it?
That's something curious to me, which we'll definitely get to later in the show, because I have some theories.
Yeah, that's what I'm feeling right now.
You can't help but think, is it a skinwalker?
It sounded a little skinwalkerish to me.
Yeah. So that was 1691, and then there was a Spanish journal entry in 1880, and it was translated apparently. So in this journal entry, it said, "I have experienced the greatest terror. I have experienced the greatest terror. I have experienced the greatest terror."
Okay, we get it.
We get it.
Do you think that the writer was terrified? I'm just a feeling.
Did they? Maybe. Maybe. A little bit scared.
Yeah, I might be reading in between the lines, but I'm feeling terror.
I'll say it thrice. Then after we understand that they're terrified, I see his eyes when I close mine. They are hollow, black. They saw me and pierced me. His wet hand, I will not sleep. His voice. Yeah, creepy. Okay, yeah. So not a good experience. Also sounds like around bedtime, right?
Very skinwalkerish.
Right? And then we have a suicide note in 1964, supposedly.
Oh.
So it says, "As I prepare to take my life, I feel it necessary to assuage any guilt or pain I have introduced through this act. It is not the fault of anyone other than him. For once I awoke and felt his presence, and once I awoke and saw his form. Once again I awoke and heard his voice and looked into his eyes. I cannot sleep without fear of what I might next awake to experience. I cannot ever wake. Goodbye."
Oh.
Creepy and right?
I don't like that one bit.
No. And then this is a witness account in 2006. It's kind of long, and this will be fun because I barely read through any of it, so I'm just doing a quick reading on this one.
Improv.
So witness account in 2006. 3 years ago, so I guess at that time it would be 2003, which is when all these sightings and things started happening in New York. 3 years ago, I had just returned from a trip from Niagara Falls with my family for 4th of July. We were all very exhausted after a long day of driving, so my husband and I put the kids right to bed and called it a night. At about 4 a.m., I woke up thinking my husband had gotten up to use the restroom. I used the moment to steal back the sheets, only to wake him in the process. I apologized and told him I thought he got out of bed. When he turned to face me, he gasped and pulled his feet up from the end of the bed so quickly his knees almost knocked me out of the bed. He then grabbed me and said nothing. After adjusting to the dark for a half second, I was able to see what caused the strange reaction. At the foot of the bed, sitting and facing away from us, there was what appeared to be a naked man or a large hairless dog of some sort. Its body position was disturbing and unnatural, as if it had been hit by a car or something. For some reason, I was not instantly frightened by it, but more concerned as to its condition. At this point, I was somewhat under the assumption that we were supposed to help him. My husband was peering over his arm and knee, tucked into the fetal position, occasionally glancing at me before returning to the creature. In a flurry of motion, the creature scrambled around the side of the bed and then crawled quickly in a flailing sort of motion right along the bed until it was less than a foot from my husband's face.
Ew.
The creature was completely silent for about 30 seconds. That's like actually a long ass time.
That's exactly what I was about to say. I'm like, that is, especially in a situation like that.
Yeah, like, ugh. Or probably closer to 5. It just seemed like a while. Okay. Just looking at my husband. Ew, so it's just staring at him and not. Ugh.
This seems like a boot hag a little bit too.
Right? It reminds me of a few different things.
Yes.
The creature then placed his hand on his knee and ran into the hallway, leading to the kids' rooms. I screamed and ran for the light switch, planning to stop him before he hurt my children. When I got to the hallway, the light from the bedroom was enough to see it crouched and hunched over about 20 feet away. He turned around and looked directly at me, covered in blood. I flipped the switch on the wall and saw my daughter Clara. The creature ran down the stairs while my husband and I rushed to help our daughter. She was very badly injured and spoke only once more in her short life. She said, "He is the rake." What? My husband drove his car into a lake that night while rushing our daughter to the hospital. They did not survive. Being a small... Wow. That's nuts. Being a small town, news got around pretty quickly. The police were helpful at first, and the local newspaper took a lot of interest as well. However, the story was never published, and the local television news never followed up either. For several months, my son Justin and I stayed in a hotel near my parents' house. After we decided to return home, I began looking for answers myself. I eventually located a man in the next town over who had a similar story. We got in contact and began talking about our experiences. He knew of 2 other people in New York who had seen the creature we now refer to as the rake. It took the 4 of us about 2 solid years of hunting on the internet and writing letters to come up with a small collection of what we believed to be the accounts of the rake. None of them gave any details, history, or follow-up. One journal had an entry involving the creature in its first 3 pages and never mentioned it again. A ship's log explained nothing of the encounter, saying only that they were told to leave by the rake, so that's probably the mariner's story.
Yeah.
That was the last entry in the log. There were, however, many instances where the creature's visit was one of a series of visits with the same person. Multiple people also mentioned being spoken to, my daughter included. This led us to wonder if the rake had visited any of us before our last encounter. I set up a digital recorder near my bed and left it running all night, every night for 2 weeks. I would tediously scan through the sounds of me rolling around in my bed each day when I woke up. By the end of the 2nd week, I was quite used to the occasional sound of sleep while blurring through the recording at 8 times the normal speed. This still took almost an hour every day. On the first day of the 3rd week, I thought I heard something different. What I found was a shrill voice. It was the rake. I can't listen to it long enough to even begin to transcribe it. I haven't let anyone listen to it yet. All I know is that I've heard it before, and I now believe that it spoke when it was sitting in front of my husband. I don't remember hearing anything at the time, but for some reason, the voice on the recorder immediately brings me back to that moment.
Mm-hmm.
The thoughts that must have gone through my daughter's head make me very upset. I have not seen the rake since he ruined my life, but I know that he has been in my room while I slept. I know and fear that one night I'll wake up to see him staring at me.
Oh my god.
That's
a
the end of that
horrible story. I didn't see that coming.
So, are you ready for a bombshell?
Yeah.
We know for a fact this is all fake and the rake is fake. So the truth is that actually the rake was invented on 4chan, way before 4chan became the creepy bullshit that it is today. And
look at my face.
I know, that's why I said it's so much more fun if you don't know about the rake. But So, yeah, apparently this group of people on 4chan they just decided that they wanted to create a cool creature.
But that's so messed up.
So all of the backstory and everything is supposedly fake, but by the time it hit like its popularity and became like got big in creepypasta, people just adding to the story and editing it.
What is creepypasta?
So creepypasta is essentially a website where it's just like people who love creatures and horror, and you can create your own stories. But why it's called a pasta, there are like pasta kind of things where it's like people will add on to it and kind of make it their own. And then by the time it's out there in the internet, it's kind of hard to decipher, one, where did it originate, and two, what are the true accounts.
So it's just like one long spaghetti noodle?
Yeah, or it's kind of like, with pasta, people add their own sauce or doctor it, and so it's almost like your own barbecue sauce even.
I gotcha. I just never understood that term. Like, what?
I read a most recent cover on this in Paranormality magazine, which is awesome, by the way. If you've never checked out Paranormality magazine, definitely check it out. So I think it was just the other month, they kind of did a spotlight on the rake and confirmed, it originated on 4chan thread, and you can even just verifiably find that this is fake. It was created show the iterations of all right, maybe it could look like this, what do we call it, things like that. And it was really meant to be a creepypasta. They wanted it to be a popular creature. But then in this account, though, there were some actual sightings of the creature in California. So
what did they really see?
Right? Or are these also fake? So now it gets into that weird stuff of, okay, now I don't know what to believe.
Well, exactly. Kind of like our political system. I was gonna say, speaking of creepypastas, there you go.
Yeah, so, and it's I even looked up these locations, so I was like, all right, well, these towns are actually 20 minutes apart. I was like, so either somebody did their research to make it sound reasonable,
right,
or are people really seeing a creature that they think is the rake? Because a lot of people don't realize that the rake isn't real. It's out there in pop culture now.
Yeah, I literally just Googled it.
Yeah, right? You Google it, you see it. It seems like a real humanoid
cryptid kind of thing. Yeah.
So I think that's where kind of more of the fun and conversation comes in, because it's are people who think they are seeing a rake actually seeing a skinwalker or something that you think might be real, or is everybody?
Or they're just making the whole thing up in a studio somewhere. Yeah,
right,
hey,
right.
Let's put this pretend.
So it's pretty brilliant. I mean, the group of people that invented this creature, they did a fucking brilliant job.
I don't know, yes, on one hand I see where it could be brilliant, but I think it kind of sucks for the paranormal community, because I think it's another way to make us look like a laughing stock. Look at all the stupid stuff you believe in, aliens, they're not real, and things that I truly do believe are real. So, I'm kind of I'm on the fence. Good for you. You created this creature or whatever. Good for you. But you should maybe make a movie. Not I just think it makes what we do even that much harder to. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't dig it.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that.
Well, mad about it.
You're still just mad about the podcast.
I am. I'm just being raw here. This is raw emotion, not edited.
Well, just for the hell of it, would you like to hear about these supposed sightings in California?
I guess. I mean, no, not really. Honestly.
Yeah. Because these... Okay. I'm going to share them because these don't sound like the rake to me that we, based off the description of what we supposedly know as the real fake rake. That's what we're going to call this thing.
The real fake rake.
So supposedly there's some other sightings, mostly around northeastern California.
Okay.
Sure. So in this article from Paranormality magazine, one sighting was in Roseview Park in Antelope, California. And both of these towns are northeast of Sacramento.
Okay.
probably a really nice area. So at 2 a.m., supposedly a humanoid figure was spotted at about 7 to 8 feet tall, and it was seen running from this park into fields that were adjacent to the park. The witness noted experiencing a strange calm when they spotted the creature, kind of like what that lady said, but we know that was fake. And they said it was making guttural and inhuman yells, like you can hear from the park at night in general. And that's it for that one. And then the next town is Loomis, California, and that makes me think of Halloween, Detective Loomis. So the Loomis, California sighting, this was near a wooded area on a remote road, reported wearing a green shirt.
Oh, so...
I'm like, this doesn't even sound like the rake.
Okay.
It's wearing a green shirt. I don't know if it's wearing pants. Maybe no pants. It's Winnie the Poohing it. In a green shirt.
Yeah, no.
And this too, so apparently locals call these things white walkers. I'm like, well, like from Game of Thrones?
White walkers. No.
As they have white
Little
faces.
streakers.
White walkers, as they have white faces and stringy black hair. Which sounds to me more like in the Grudge, like that creepy girl.
Yeah.
I even wrote, is this really the same creature as the
It
rake?
doesn't even sound like the same creature.
And in this account, a witness mentioned it seems similar to a skinwalker. So I'm kind of thinking these are complete bullshit too. And see, this is what I'm talking about. So now it's like you have reports that, so the original stories I shared is like the origin of,
right.
Like, you know, we know that was fabricated by the people who created the rake, but now these other stories that come out, it's like it gets kind of into that creepypasta thing. It's like, are these even really spottings of anything, or are people just making this up? There's also some subreddits that I'm going to share as well. Just there again, we don't know if they're actual encounters of something or just completely made up. It's a subreddit called Humanoid Encounters. I hid my head under the blanket and stayed as still as possible. I could see a faint silhouette through the fabric. It looked like a hairless dog with a warped body with long distorted arms. The creature walked across the floor and crawled out of sight. I could only assume that it had gone up the steps. I didn't sleep at all. I held still and refused to allow myself to move until dawn. My mother had come down the steps, confused and a bit aggravated. She had asked me to come upstairs and look at the wall. The walls had been covered with long scratches. The distance between the marks was large. The hands must have been at least 6 inches wide. We moved within the following weeks, and it wasn't until 4 years ago that I heard of the rake.
That's more believable. If you don't know better.
Yeah. So, I'm just the messenger. Here's another one. So I woke up at 3 a.m. to the feeling of something watching me. I felt extremely uneasy. I rolled over to look around the room, and my eyes locked onto something standing beside my mom.
Ew.
Why is their mom just hanging out, creeping in their room?
I was thinking that too. But then, I mean, all three of us slept in the same bed. Just tell stories and fall asleep.
Yeah, totally. That's true. Yeah, but mom was never just standing there.
No, that would be creepy. That's creepy in itself.
Yeah, it's like, maybe mom's possessed. I want to hear more about mom.
Yeah, it's like, okay, I have a lot of questions.
A lot of questions. It was extremely tall, but looked as if it had a broken back and couldn't stand up completely. It was slouched over and had extremely pale skin and bones sticking out under the skin everywhere due to how skinny it was. It had long claws hanging from both hands. Its face was sunken in, and eyes were completely black holes. A few greasy hairs were visible on its head.
Greasy hairs.
I'm picturing like Gollum.
Yeah, I can see that.
It had no clothes, but also no genitals or nipples. I just had to share that one because of that. Like, that's how you end your encounter.
That's how it ended?
That's it.
And
Oh, yeah. But so those are more stories of the rake, supposedly. All right, today's story is the Jersey Devil.
The Jersey Devil. And Birdie and Herman are here for it.
They are all about
they're ready. They're ready. They're like, yes.
So, what do you know?
Devil. I don't know anything about the Jersey Devil.
Okay, well, that's even more fun. I thought I knew about the Jersey Devil, but I didn't realize how ingrained the Jersey Devil is into American colonial folklore. Like,
really?
It's back to 1735.
No
story.
Way.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I didn't know that. I thought it was maybe a more, I don't want to say recent lore, but more current than colonial time. I don't think about colonial times when you say Jersey Devil. That just doesn't come to mind.
But hey, there's been tons of sightings all throughout that whole time period. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's do this.
Yeah, let's hop
I love
into
some
it.
Jersey folk. I'm here for it. I can't imagine a Jersey Devil.
So I think first and foremost, the thing is how weird this creature looks. So it has glowing red eyes.
Okay.
Horns. And in most depictions, I've seen them almost more like antlers even, but horns of some form.
I'm going to Google it.
Yeah. It's like a combination of a goat, horse, dog face. So some depictions...
goat, horse, dog face! Oh my gosh.
Some depictions are a little bit more goat looking, and then others are kind of more horse looking.
This one looks like a dragon with hoofs.
Yeah. So it does have leathery wings, has hooves, it has clawed hands, and a forked tail, and supposedly it has like the worst shriek ever. So it sounds horrifying.
Interesting. Well, just by the looks of some of the pictures, it looks kind of medieval or something, but with a really weird head.
We'll get into that kind of dragon body too. Like, like it kind of has a combination of like fur and scales, and each depiction is slightly varied. But I guess you're wondering like, where the heck did this thing come from?
Yes.
So here's the origin story of the Jersey Devil.
Okay.
So in 1735, Mother Leeds. Now, I've heard her called Jane, and I've also heard her called Deborah, depending on which story you're reading. So I'm just gonna...
It's like us, we have an aunt named Deborah Jane.
That's really funny, we really do. So we'll just call her... We're gonna call her Debbie Jane Leeds.
We're calling her AKA Debbie Jane.
Got it. Yeah, that's too funny. I didn't even realize that when I was taking the notes.
You're like, well, maybe that's why you felt the connection to the story. You're like, why does this feel so familiar?
Yeah, maybe I'm related to the Jersey Devil. Oh no, wait, they're Yankees.
yeah, it's the southern. You're the southern chapter.
But yeah, picture this: 1735, Debbie Jane, aka Mother Leeds, falls in love with a British soldier.
Okay, I can see Debbie Jane doing that. Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Some of the stories he's not British, but others are. But I think the British soldier part is important to the story later, once we discuss theories. So just put that in your back pocket.
Got it.
We'll come back to it. So they had 12 kids, and then she was like completely maxed out at that point. Like, I do not want to have any more children. I have 12. I don't want any more. And then, of course, she becomes pregnant with number 13.
Lucky number 13.
Right, already off to a good start, right? Lucky number 13. So some of it's more dramatic, and some of the stories she like raises her hands, and then in other stories she's just more like, curse this child. It will be the devil. So I can't tell if she's like actually trying to curse the child or she's like, oh, it's gonna be the devil, but something like that.
Does she really mean it, or did she speak it into?
Right. So, and in some accounts it's a stormy night, others it's not, but people, family and friends gather waiting for the birth of the child, and then Debbie Jane, mother leads, and the midwife were in a separate room during the labor, so they didn't have the guests, in the same room.
Right.
But once the child was delivered, the family and friends entered the room to greet the new addition, and it's just a normal-looking baby.
Okay.
As everybody's starting to look at it, but then it starts to change. So the face of the baby morphs into that goat, horse, dog looking face.
Oh, God.
Its hands became claws and its feet turned into hooves. And it sprouted horns and transformed into like a small dragon kind of looking creature. And then it began growing rapidly and sprouted leathery wings and a tail. Finally, its eyes started glowing red. And then it killed or maimed several or all of the guests, including Debbie Jane, Mother Leeds, in some stories. So it either severely hurt a lot of people or potentially killed everybody.
And it took off flying out the window?
No, it took off right up the chimney. Into the Pine Barrens of New Jersey, where it remains today.
Okay.
So that's the origin of the Jersey.
That's the way to enter the world, man. I mean, okay.
Yeah, what kind of zodiac? I wonder what zodiac sign that one would be. Scorpio.
Oh, for sure. But can you imagine, like, I'm just sitting here, like, trying to imagine this, and it's like you just gave birth to this, you're holding this little thing, and it's just like morphs into this being. Like, what?
It like makes me think of the Addams Family Values, but the opposite, like when they have that new baby and he looks like Gomez and then it turns cute. Like the opposite of that. It's like, he starts off cute and then turns into a dragon.
I can see that, but I just love that he went out
that chimney. Yeah. No, that was consistent in every story that he flew out the chimney.
Okay.
What's odd is, like, in some of the stories he's grown, I guess he had a huge chimney maybe then, because in some of the stories he's grown to like 6 feet, 10 feet. Like, that's how big he is, and he just flies out that chimney. So I'm like, I don't know, did he just like bust through that chimney? Wow. Either way, he's supposedly out. I don't know if it's a he. We're not gonna
do that. Yeah.
Not gonna do that. It supposedly is out there in the Pine Barrens, New Jersey still.
He runs and like the little stork's still in the yard. It's a boy. It like crashes it. There's like blood all over the store.
Like, I guess careful what you wish for. Like, this lucky number 13 child maybe potentially killed all your children. So, way to go, Debbie.
And I'm thinking, Mom has how many brothers and sisters? There wasn't a 13, was there?
No.
And so
Grandma knew when to stop, for real.
Yeah. Yes. Absolutely. Wow. Okay. So we've got this creature that just got born, creating mayhem, and he's on the loose in Jersey.
Yeah, on the loose.
Loose. Okay.
All right. So that's the Jersey Devil. And then, so that was supposedly in 1735 this happened. Now, I'm not sure when the story actually originated and became popular. Like, I don't know if it's like a retrospective story where it's like years later people are like, oh yeah, in 1935, but it's actually like, 1735, but it's actually like the 1770s. Like, I don't know if it's like that or if the story actually started in 1735.
Gotcha.
Which also put a bookmark in that, because we will come back to that as well with some theories.
Okay.
But this just sounded really fun, just as far as we get into like encounters and sightings. So I called this section Colonial Cryptid Hunters.
I love it.
I know if I have a past life regression,
That's it.
I'm gonna be one of those.
Yeah. Yes.
So this is Commodore Stephen Decatur. I have no idea who that is.
I want to be a Commodore.
But he is testing cannonballs in the New Jersey, like Pine Barren, like area, and there's some discrepancy. It's either 1778 or it's 1819. So
Okay.
I'll give it that. It's that
Early 1800s.
right, late
Still.
1700s, early 1800s.
Yeah.
And while he's testing these cannonballs, he notices this strange thing flying like over this field that has like the leathery wings, seems like the Jersey Devil. Like he's like, what the hell is that thing? I don't know what it is. So
First of
he's
all,
like,
his job is testing cannonballs. Let's just talk about how awesome that is. Just like, I've got to do one of my jobs testing cannonballs.
right? Well, okay, so 1775 is the Revolutionary War. So it might
Yeah.
be related to that.
That's right.
So either way, he's out there testing cannonballs.
Insane.
Sees this weird looking creature flying over this field, and he's like, I don't know what the heck that thing is. I'm gonna shoot it with a cannonball. And he does. He shoots a hole through its wing, and just like the creature's not affected at all. It just keeps flying, and it's like whatever.
Yeah.
So that was his encounter with this thing.
Okay.
They think it could have been the Jersey Devil. Now, if we get into the facts of the story, we do know that he visited Hanover Iron Works in the Pine Barrens around this time period. And we know that he was indeed testing cannonballs. So that's corroborated.
So those are
through
two
his
facts.
personal journal, as well as like...
Okay, so we know this person isn't made up.
Right,
His
we know this is a
location
real
checks out.
person. He was in this area at this time testing cannonballs.
Okay.
Now, what's kind of suspicious is the discrepancy in the years, but maybe people just got kind of confused over time and didn't really know
Yeah.
what year it was as the story
With
spread.
the war going on, and like you said, like the story spreading, and yeah.
And then
They
another...
kind of a range.
Yeah, I think that's
I
reasonable.
can forgive that. I
especially-
don't think that's too suspicious.
Well, that's like, I can't even remember when I graduated college sometimes. I'm
Yeah.
like, oh shit, what year
I'll
was it?
give him that. Yes.
So I'm
I'll
like,
definitely-
and it's not like a huge range, so
Yeah.
I
I'd say that's okay.
think that's okay. Another thing flagged as my God, I can't talk, as a suspicion was a man named Dr. James Killian, accompanied Decatur to Hanover, but he was a known cryptid hunter. So some people think that maybe he fabricated this encounter, but I don't know why he would do that. I don't know. I kind of give him the benefit of the doubt. I mean, and also just his presence alone doesn't mean that Decatur would necessarily lie about it.
Right. Exactly.
And then some even say, oh, but even more far-fetched though, I think this is a lie. Like, I believe that maybe James Killian was on this trip, but some even say that actually this whole cannonball test thing was actually a Jersey Devil hunt organized by President James Monroe. And I'm like, that sounds kind of ridiculous.
Okay.
So that's one early
Maybe.
encounter that seems like a fairly trustworthy person, since he is a Commodore. I don't know, you take what you will on if this was a real encounter or not. And then another early encounter that supposedly happened in 1820. So some people think that's why that year 1819 in the previous story with the Commodore, maybe they're mixing it up with this story in 1820. So that might be confusion in the timeline.
Okay.
So Joseph Bonaparte has an encounter. And do you know who this guy actually is? He's none other than Napoleon.
I was gonna say, okay, I was like, he's got to be related to Napoleon, right? I mean,
so
that's a strange coincidence.
Yeah, so this is Napoleon's big brother, and he was either hunting on his property or like just kind of walking around his property. He's on his property in Bordentown, New Jersey. So right location for the Jersey Devil, right?
Yes,
and he was surprised when he found it on his property. That was about it. He just like spotted it and was like, what is this thing? It's on my property. I mean, that was it. I know, anticlimactic. He was just like, oh.
I was waiting for it. I was like,
he didn't shoot it with a cannonball or anything. He was just like,
okay.
oh, sighting. I saw it.
Oh my gosh.
And then this is an interesting, I just called it a mass hysteria event that took place between January 16th through January 23rd of 1909. And you can actually see like old newspaper clippings of this, which is pretty cool.
What? That is pretty cool.
So it looks like the Jersey Devil maybe got some wanderlust and ventured a little bit outside of Jersey.
Wanted to see what's out there.
Reports in the Delaware Valley of strange tracks on roofs, over fences and under fences, and just like really strange tracks like around town.
This? They decided not to go to the city, huh?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not a New Yorker. It's not for me.
Yeah, he didn't go to New York. He's like, I'm going to branch out to Delaware. And Pennsylvania, too. He starts dabbling around there, too.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
All hail.
So they get bloodhounds to try to sniff out these tracks, but supposedly the bloodhounds refuse to follow them. They're like super creeped out.
See, my hound was just like, no, not doing it. She agrees.
Even schools and mills. My southern slipped out. Meals.
Yes, it did. Meals. I knew what you meant.
Schools and mills closed due to fearful citizens not wanting to leave their houses.
Can you imagine? It's like, we can't go to school today. It's Jersey Devils on the loose.
This is like crazy thing. I'm gonna call in Jersey Devil.
I was about to say, do you think that some kids like did that, or adults that didn't want to go to work? Like, hey, I'm gonna make these little tracks and see if we can get out of school and work.
I don't know. He's giving them a snow day, maybe.
Running amok.
And some eyewitnesses said that they saw a strange beast in Camden and Bristol, Pennsylvania. So yeah, pretty much these people got like a day off thanks to the Jersey Devil.
I mean, so far, other than, killing his family, like, he sounds like a blast.
Right?
Getting people a day off, okay.
And thus far, he's just kind of like snooping around. Like, I actually haven't heard any encounters where he's hurt somebody since his birth.
Yeah, and that could be hearsay. They could have just been like, gotta get rid of him. What was his side of that?
Hey, Jersey Devil, are you out there for an interview? We would love to hear your side of the story.
Yeah, that's right.
Maybe he was like siding with the British, so that's why he was so hated at this time.
Maybe
he was like, no, we need to stay part of England.
That's right. I want to hear his story.
I definitely do too. But also in particular, this news article says that he specifically was terrorizing social gatherings, trolley cars, and livestock, especially chickens. So maybe he is Southern. Maybe it's like bow time.
I mean, a dragon cryptid has to eat.
Yeah. And supposedly police shot at him. Firemen even turned their hoses on him.
Oh.
Which is just mean, because it sounds like it was cold if people were seeing tracks in the snow.
And like
no, I just assumed it was snow. Okay, maybe it wasn't. Oh, but it's January.
Cannon shot at him.
It's cold. It's January, up around that area. It's kind of mean. I'm starting to side with the JD here.
Me too.
A woman even claimed it tried to eat her dog, and she hit it with a broom, and it left.
I mean, he left.
Go her. I would do that too. Don't mess with my dog.
Yes, don't mess with my dog. But to be fair, I mean, he's just like this feral little creature. Like, no one's ever shown him the way.
That's true. I mean,
so
someone can mentor him.
That's right.
It's just feral. Like,
doesn't know. Like, what if no one told you? Exactly. I'm on the side. Right now, I'm on the side of JD.
Me too. He's keeping it real and exciting.
Helping the kids get out of school, helping people get vacation days.
Trying to get everybody to eat some chicken with him.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not seeing the harm here.
No harm, no foul. Yeah.
Exactly.
Get it, foul, like birds. And pretty much like that was like the bigger story. Since then, there's just been tons of eyewitness accounts and things like that. One of the most recent, though, was October 2015. And
so this creature's still around? Do we think it's the same creature? Or do we think that this creature has reproduced? Or...
It sounds like everybody thinks it's the same creature.
Okay.
And there's just one.
Wow. All right.
So on October, I think it's actually oddly enough October 13th, 2015.
Ooh.
Lucky number 13, right? He's the 13th child.
And it's October.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, this is ABC News. So legit source, right?
Legit source.
This man, David Black, apparently snapped a pretty clear photo of something resembling the Jersey Devil. So if you Google like David Black Jersey Devil, you'll see the picture he captured.
I'm gonna do that right now.
To me, it kind of looks like a cute little pony with wings or something. But supposedly he was driving near a golf course in Galloway County, New Jersey, around 6 p.m. He saw what he at first thought was a llama walking in and out of the tree line, which is already odd too, right? So that's why he pulled his camera out. He was like, "That's weird. I'm gonna pull my camera out and take a picture of that."
Didn't pull out a gun.
Yeah, right. So he pulls his camera out, and then what he thinks is this llama spreads its wings and flies into the sky. So he's like, that must have been the Jersey Devil.
Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty. It looks like a unicorn.
Yeah, I mean, take what you will. Take a look at the picture. We'll post it on social.
Yeah.
But it is a surprisingly clear picture, and he says that everybody thinks he's crazy, but he knows what he saw that day and got a picture of it.
Just like Nessie, you know?
Yeah.
What they see.
So that's it for like sightings and encounters. Like I said, there are tons more, but I kind of pulled out the ones that are big and do like a nice timeline to show you how far back.
Yeah, I didn't realize that went back so far.
Yeah. So
I'll tell you just like my one thought. Like now in my head, if you don't mind, I'm thinking if things don't get better in America, I'm gonna ride on the Jersey Devil back to England. Make I'm back.
You are now like the biggest fan of JD.
I'm here for it. I like him so far.
Let's get back to the deeds.
Okay.
Sorry, the leads. Everybody's probably like, who the hell is that? The Deeds family. So you remember it was Debbie Jane / Mother Leeds.
Yeah, I was like, who's that? I'm like, oh, Debbie Jane. Got it.
There is a true historic figure named Daniel Leeds. And this shit gets so funny. He is so awesomely petty, and so is his son, and a very famous president is going to get in a rivalry with these guys. Like, this almost feels like an episode of Drunk History right here.
Tell me the story.
So Daniel Leeds, he's settled in a Quaker colony in Burlington, New Jersey.
Of course,
Virginia, New Jersey, in 1677, and he acclimated to the Quaker lifestyle.
Of course.
He began working with one of the first printers to create the American Almanac. So these come out yearly, like the Farmer's
Almanac. Yeah. Okay.
So he included contents in his almanac relating to astrology.
Ooh.
And it ticked off many of the townsfolk who were Quakers, and was like, no, this is a no-no. So they accused him of occultism, and they wanted the content removed. So what do you think he does?
He makes it even bigger.
Yes, he does. He starts including even more mystical content in his almanac.
Okay, get it.
So, and also the best part is this is like the only almanac in that region at the time, so there's no competition. So he's like, okay, well.
I'm sorry I made fun of you for being a faker. My apologies.
And then even better, so the colony began opposing British rule. They were like, yeah, we're not cool with Britain. We want to be America and like break away from all that. But Daniel, he openly supported British rule and even counseled the British governor of the territory, Lord Cornbury. So this further pissed off this colony.
Oh, Daniel.
They even accused him of working for the devil. So, devil, you kind of, okay. Daniel retired in 1716, and he left the company to his son Titan Leeds.
Titan. Ooh.
Titan. So Titan continued running the almanac, including the mystical content, just like Gerald did.
I love that.
So then, in 1732, they finally get some competition.
Uh-oh.
So Poor Richard's Almanac has its first edition published by Benjamin Franklin.
Oh.
So they play nice for a year, and then a rivalry kind of starts with them. But Benjamin, I think, draws first blood, actually.
Ben.
So this is where it gets really funny. So Benjamin Franklin predicted the day that Titan Leeds would die in his almanac being October 17th, 1733, at 3:29 p.m. at the very instant of the conjunction of the Sun and Mercury. So I can't help but think that's so petty, and he's making fun of them, including like some of their astrology kind of stuff in their almanac.
Right.
And Franklin encouraged everyone to read his next edition to see if his prediction comes true. But, you know, of course, they've already pissed off this colony, so a lot of people are kind of enjoying this. So, of course, he was incorrect, but he published a fake obituary anyway in his almanac.
No, he didn't. I mean, talk about a way to get readers, you know? Let's just falsify news.
So, of course, Titan was pissed, and he called Franklin a fool and a liar.
Fool.
And then Franklin quipped back that Titan must be speaking to him as a ghost, because only a dead man would have such a foolish response. And that Titan must be a shoddy imposter of the real dead Titan Leeds. So he just pretends like Titan actually died, and like he doesn't even exist anymore. And that this guy is an imposter.
That is hilarious.
But Franklin, even when Titan did die in 1738, Franklin publicly commended the imposter for ending the impersonation, and even continued writing about the ghost of Titan Leeds in his almanac.
No, he did not.
He did not give a shit that this guy died. Okay, so, but this is where we get back to that year 1735.
Okay.
And this is one of the theories of what the Jersey Devil actually is.
Okay.
So, now if you remember, supposedly the Jersey Devil was born in 1735. Well, in 1736, that was the height of the rivalry with Benjamin Franklin and the Leeds and their almanacs.
Okay.
And historic records indicated at this time, Titan's brother, Japhet, and his wife, Deborah, so now these names are coming back, had 12 kids. Okay. So the timing and details of the story kind of seem to take jabs at the Leeds with some of those details, right? And especially throwing in like falling for a British man, like the woman, because they're kind of, you know, siding with the Brits. They don't want to not be a part of them.
My God.
And also at this time, Titan added the Leeds family crest to the cover of the almanac before he died, and it included a wyvern, which is a small dragon.
Interesting, Smithers.
And up until the 1900s, the Jersey Devil was actually referred to as the Leeds Devil. So some people speculate that Benjamin Franklin made this up to like piss off the Leeds. So that's one theory. And of course, skeptics believe that the Jersey Devil is simply English settlers' imagination of like the area, which I'll admit that it's in like the Pine Barrens and like these woods. It makes me think of like Scarlet Letter and the Crucible.
Right.
People go out in the woods and there's all these scary things in the dark woods. So I could see that. But then you also have people who have supposedly had encounters and sightings and even photographs of the Jersey Devil.
Well, I'm still holding on that it's going to be to my imagery. Like, I'm going to just ride off with a Jersey Devil.
Yeah, so Mothman, a creature from humble southern beginnings in West Virginia.
Just like me.
And
Just
later,
like Adele.
yeah, he didn't know it, but later he would reach global fame with books and films inspired by his sightings. So, if you aren't familiar with the Mothman, I think most people, if they hadn't heard of it before, probably caught wind from the Mothman Prophecies, the movie with Richard
Right.
Gere, which I think was inspired by a book, actually, which we'll talk about later. But let's start at the beginning. So, this seems to be a relatively young creature. The first reported sighting was November 12th, 1966, in Clendenin, I think is how you say it, West Virginia.
Okay.
And what I love is the people who spotted this creature were grave diggers. So they're in a cemetery digging graves. I think there's two of them. They notice a brown humanoid figure that flew overhead and then started moving quickly from tree to tree. So this was the first official reported sighting.
Okay.
And then it seems like after this first sighting, sightings just blew up in this area. Only 3 days later in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, two couples were in a car and they saw a creature in the woods standing in front of their car. Now, the area where they were was called like the TNT area. And we'll cover that shortly with theories. I'll tell you more about that location. So there's 4 people, which is already like, okay, you know, I think one of the people even said if they were alone, they would have been more like, I must have just been seeing things. But the fact that all 4 of them saw this winged creature that was about 6 to 7 feet tall, with bright red eyes and about a 10-foot wingspan.
So it's like, okay, that definitely wasn't a bat I just saw.
Yeah. So it definitely seems that all 4 of them saw something. And the witnesses were Linda and Roger Scarberry and Mary and Steve Mallet. And they all agreed that the creature seemed kind of clumsy on the ground, but it could fly really fast. They even estimated maybe up to 100 miles per hour. Like, that sounds pretty crazy, but okay.
Okay.
So, you know, they see the creature and then they're like, all right, let's get the hell out of here. And supposedly, as they're leaving in their car, the creature chased their car.
Oh, no.
And even though they felt silly, like, they felt really stupid, like, reporting this, they thought everybody was going to think that they're crazy.
Yeah, of course.
They ended up reporting it to the local newspaper, the Point Pleasant Register. And then over that entire next year, just more and more and more sightings were reported.
Wow. Okay. So we've got, like, you know, a lot happening in this area. This is right off the bat.
And then I guess another thing with threes, I didn't realize this, but within 3 days of that report from those couples, sightings were reported. Actually, 8 other sightings were reported in the Gettysburg Times.
Wow.
Yeah, and these early sightings all describe the creature as being bird-like with large red eyes. So, I don't know. It's either mass hysteria or people were seeing something.
I've never seen a 6 to 7 foot bird. I'm just saying.
Yeah. And a Salem, West Virginia resident named Newell Partridge, he reported encountering the creature on his property. After seeing a strange pattern on his TV screen, I don't know what that has to do with anything, but I guess that's what got his attention.
Oh, yeah, like a shadow or something. It's like, what the hell is that?
I think it was like interference. Maybe it was like interference with a satellite dish.
Or something. Yeah, the antenna or something back then.
Yeah, like something was like messing with his television screen. And then that was followed by sounds outside. So he was just like, what the hell? What the hell's going on?
Like, that's what I'm imagining. I'm imagining somebody like drinking their beers, trying to watch football. It's like, God damn it. And it goes out there and sees it.
Right? That's totally what I'm thinking too. Oh.
Like, Bertha, get out here. I don't believe this.
It's like that guy in Gremlins who thinks they were from like World War II. And like they're like putting them in the machines.
Oh
my god! Yeah.
And then
That's
there's, like,
how I'm seeing this scene.
They're like, remember them swinging on that antenna, and then that old man's like smacking his television.
Oh, yes.
What the hell
Yes.
is going on?
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm seeing in my head.
Yeah. So, when Newell went outside to investigate the sound, he saw red eyes resembling bike reflectors. So that's really creepy. And they were just looking back at him. So I guess he like made eye contact with this creature. Also, unfortunately, his dog went missing that night.
No.
And he loved that dog. And many blamed the creature for the dog's disappearance. It was never.
I mean, we don't know for a fact, but oh no.
I don't know.
I don't like that.
We don't know the diet of this creature. Hopefully he's not eating dogs.
No.
So, as I mentioned at the top of the show, Mothman prophecies. So, let's talk about some of the prophecies supposedly related to this creature's sightings. We'll get into more on that in theories. So, I think this is what the movie covers, and probably what most people know about is the tragedy that happened in this town. So, little over a year after the first sighting, a tragedy occurred which claimed the lives of 46 people.
Oh no.
Are you familiar with what happened?
No.
Okay. On December 15th, which is extra sad because I think a lot of people were like out Christmas shopping. You know, it's getting close to like the festive season.
The holidays, family.
Yeah. So December 15th, 1967, traffic was backed up on the Silver Bridge. The Silver Bridge was erected in 1928, and it connected Point Pleasant to Gallipolis, Ohio. So it connects the two states.
Yeah.
At the time it was built, cars were actually much lighter, and they didn't really like put any forethought into the construction of this bridge for future-proofing, like safety features, or how cars might change or the population might grow.
Yeah, exactly.
And it was a very cold day in December, and an eye-bar, which I think is I don't really know about bridges, it's some important piece to the bridge. The eye-bar on the Ohio side cracked, and then the bridge literally just fell to pieces while people were still on it. Like, all these cars are backed up. There's pedestrians even walking across the bridge. 31 cars fell into the ice-cold river, and 46 passengers and pedestrians were either drowned or crushed by the bridge.
That is horrific.
Yes. And then later on, a few years in 1975, John Keel, he published the Mothman prophecies. So he connected the two events together with the sightings of the Mothman and what happened with the bridge. And he also incorporated UFO activity into this book as well. So I think his book is kind of what, not necessarily put Mothman on the map, but made it even more, I guess, of an interesting story to people.
Well, I'm sorry, this is a silly question. Was it a fiction book? Did he mean write it as a fiction or a nonfiction? Or is it just like he just gave the idea for a story and he made up this stuff?
I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's nonfiction and more of his theory on what Mothman
more
is.
like he thinks this is what it happened. Okay, got it.
Yeah. So also some recent sightings was in 2016. So people are still seeing this creature.
And it's prevalent to this area?
Well, we'll get into that in a minute.
Okay.
So in 2016, a man who just moved to Point Pleasant, he had no knowledge of the story of the Mothman when he moved there, I believe. He spotted a mysterious creature jumping from tree to tree. So it sounds like what the gravediggers saw, right? He claimed to local reporters that he was unaware of the legend. And he allegedly spotted the Mothman without having any prior knowledge of it. So
supposedly.
So that I think kind of validates it for some people that wasn't like imagining it, or it was mistaken identity because he didn't even know what the hell this thing was.
Right.
He decides to move to the windy city of Chicago. So there have been, while I was actively living there, I had no idea these sightings were going on. Like in 2017,
Seriously?
55 reported sightings in Chicago of this creature. Let's talk about some of the sightings in the Windy City.
Yeah, let's.
So these were all from 2017. The first one is, a security guard, John Amatrano, was working on a Friday in Logan Square. Working at the Owl. Quote, I saw a plane flying, but also something moving really awkward under it. It didn't look like a bat so much as what illustrations of pterodactyls looked like.
Oh, nice.
With the slenderness of its head and the wing shape. I know what birds and what bats look like. This thing didn't have any features or fur, and it didn't fly like anything I've ever seen.
Oh my gosh.
Pretty spooky. And it was flying under a plane. Like that's
that's what I was thinking. Huh.
So then what Amatrano saw that night was one of, like I said, 55 reported Chicago area sightings of a flying humanoid in 2017. So generally, these reports described him as large, black, bat-like, or owl-like, or gargoyle-like.
Okay.
With glowing red eyes, so that's consistent.
So that tracks.
Mm-hmm. Reported being in flight. He was even reported dropping onto car hoods.
Oh no.
Which I don't know how much I buy that. I would feel like he would want to kind of hide. He was also reported as being seen peeping in windows, so he's kind of peeping Tom. And he is even reported as swooping down at people, like as they're walking.
No.
So he's a peeper and a snatcher, maybe. I don't know.
I just feel like, I don't know.
I think this is the most recent sighting that I could find. This was November 26, 2019.
Oh,
at 6:30 p.m.-ish. Gotcha. The sighting was at O'Hare, which that's in Rosemont. That's not.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah, but still,
anyway, it's
too
fine.
close for comfort.
Chicago land. So a trucker was picking up a cargo load from O'Hare, and he was smoking a cigarette while waiting for the truck to be loaded.
Oh no.
And quote, I was looking towards the runways in the direction of the tunnel, and that is when I noticed something that looked like a large bird standing just outside of the fence by the parking lot. It was not hard to miss because 2 street lamps were nearby. It looked like a person with wings that were stretched out and flapping. It was walking away from the fence towards the open field and then began to flap its wings and disappeared. The figure was reported as being about 7 feet tall, demon or goblin-like, and solid black.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, what is his deal with hanging out near the airplanes?
I don't know. Is he like, is it time for me to go? Like, do I need to just is that how he gets from place to place?
Yeah, does he just hitch a ride?
I mean, yeah.
I don't feel like flying
I think it's time for another move. Let me just latch onto this wing.
Yeah. And then this guy. Okay, so Lon Strickler. I've actually been on his website before and didn't realize that he's been tracking all of this because he does a lot of tracking of creatures and he's a paranormal researcher. Cool. So he has actually compiled all of the Chicago sightings on his website. And his website is phantomsandmonsters.com. So you can just go to that section of just the Chicago sightings, and it is massive.
That is insane. That's really cool that he's archived all that in one place.
Mm-hmm. And Lon thinks the Chicago creatures are different from the one in Point Pleasant.
Okay. Interesting.
Quote, these beings are less aggressive than the one in Point Pleasant, for the most part. Which, I don't know. They seem kind of aggressive to me.
Yeah.
I believe overall there was only one being in Point Pleasant area that was seen during that period. I think they're flesh and blood beings that aren't of this world. So, maybe interdimensional, maybe alien, I don't know.
Yeah. Weird.
But yeah, that is an interesting theory, though, that they might not be the same creature. Maybe it's like a group of them.
That is true.
So let's get into some theories.
Yeah, let's talk some theories.
So one of the first theories, which I'm like, okay, this is probably the most logical, but let's just see what you think about it.
Okay.
The theory is that it's a bird. It's a crane. It's the Mothman. So Dr. Robert L. Smith, an associate professor of wildlife biology at West Virginia University, believes the creature is actually a sandhill crane.
Couldn't it be like a dinosaur, like prehistoric?
Would it be like a pterodactyl?
Left?
I don't know, but I did look up this bird. To me, I would never mistake it for a humanoid.
Let me see. I'm gonna Google it.
So just the description of it. It does have bright red coloring, like around its eyes.
Yeah.
And it also has like kind of fiery eyes, which I guess with that red would look like glowing red eyes.
Yeah,
maybe.
I can see that.
And they are big. They get to about 4 feet tall. That's still pretty far away from being 7 feet tall, though. But maybe it's like a weird mutant giant one. And this is where we get into that TNT area. So some locals...
No, Lily.
Right? I don't think anybody would mistake that for a humanoid.
It literally looks like a bird. It doesn't look like the Mothman.
It looks clearly like a crane.
But like, even, I don't feel like the wings... Yeah, no, it's just got like little skinny legs and...
Yeah.
No, I don't buy that theory.
Yeah.
Just comparing like the two, like I could see that maybe like from like a way distant, but even still you could see like the little scrawny legs and the long neck. So it wouldn't, that doesn't really track for me personally.
Like, even if it was a really massive bird, I would probably still be afraid of it, but I wouldn't think it's the Mothman or any type of cryptid. I would just be like, wow, that's a big ass bird and I don't want to go near it. Like, I don't know, I almost find some of these theories a little bit insulting. Like, people aren't really stupid. You know?
Yeah.
Like, yes, mistaken identity is a real thing, but I really don't think people are mistaking a crane.
This is scary. Just in my Google search here, Donald Trump tweeted in front of the Mothman statue.
Oh yeah, he believes in the Mothman.
So that's interesting.
Yeah. But back to this particular theory, this is where it makes me think of like the Toxic Avenger. You remember that movie?
Yes.
Grandpa loved it. So some locals believe it is a mutated crane from the TNT area. So the TNT area included bunkers that housed munitions during World War II, and they hypothesized that toxic materials leaked into the nearby wildlife preserve.
And that's where those people, that couple was, right?
Yeah, they were near the TNT area, and that's where a lot of the sightings are.
I can get down with that theory, possibly, like a mutant.
Okay. Maybe it's a mutant.
I could, yeah, okay.
Another theory is that it's just a hoax. Some people believe maybe it initially started as a joke, like maybe somebody dressed up like this creature and scared people at the TNT area. And then once the story was out there, people just started, you know, being kind of hysterical and seeing this thing.
Right.
I guess it's just such an odd looking creature. I'm like, who would think of that? I mean, I don't know. I'm not as creative as a lot of people, but this, like, what? Why? And they're just bored in West Virginia? Like, I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah.
And to me, this is just kind of like my thought on it. Like, is it a banshee-like creature? Because they kind of give you that warning of someone's going to die if you hear a banshee. Right. Is it just some sort of creature that appears at around the time of a catastrophe? So the idea that visitations from the Mothman predicted disasters led some to believe, you know, he's tied to other events. Some people think that they sighted Mothman during 9/11.
I feel like I did hear that on somewhere.
Yeah.
So it's like, so it would be like some kind of omen, I guess.
Yeah.
Like for some huge catastrophe.
And not just that. So there have supposedly been sightings of him at the Chernobyl disaster in 1986.
Wow.
So now he's going global. There have also supposedly been sightings of him when the Mexican swine flu outbreak occurred in 2009. And supposedly he was spotted in 2011 during the nuclear disaster in Fukushima, Japan.
Well, I mean, he has been getting his frequent flyer miles.
Right. Hitching a
So
ride.
he's
See a
not
plane
limited.
again, though, with 9/11.
See, he's not limited.
That's
Staying
creepy.
stateside.
I didn't even think about that. His, like, connection with planes.
Yeah.
So those are all the theories I have.
It's the lizard man.
Oh, the lizard man. Okay.
And I'm so pissed because remember how we were looking at cool places to go while you were here?
Mm-hmm.
Bishopville, South Carolina, putting it on my list.
That's so close.
It's so close. It's like maybe 45 minutes from Columbia, kind of like you're heading down to the low country. And it sounds like a truly quirky, fun town. And I got to go check it out. And it's the home of the lizard man. Hello. So
There's
if you
fun
haven't,
merch and stuff there.
oh my gosh, yes. And they even have the Cotton Museum that has an exhibit on Lizard Man. So they have Lizard Man festivals. It's kind of a big deal. Lizard Man is humanoid. Said to have 3 fingers and 3 toes. And is supposed to stand 7 feet tall. So pretty big lizard.
That's kind of like Creature from the Black Lagoon, kind of.
Yep. And so, like, Lizard Man does get compared a lot to Creature of the Black Lagoon as well. So let me tell you this story here, this frightening story. Picture it. South Carolina, June 1988. So a teenage boy is driving home from work and he blew a tire along the edge of Skate or Swamp, which is where Lizard Man is said to be from. So the boy gets out of his car to change his tire, right? And he hears this sound that sounded like someone was kind of like, someone that's like running up to you, and you could tell like they're getting closer and closer. And whenever he looked, Lizard Man emerges from the darkness. So the teenager said that he had blazing red eyes, green scaly skin, long black claws on its 3 fingers, and was a staggering 7 feet tall. This young lad got scared shitless and jumped into his car is what he did.
That was probably a better reaction.
The Lizard Man attacked the car. He ripped off the mirror and he's jumped on the roof of the vehicle. So 2 weeks after this incident, police were called to the scene for some more vandalism of cars around that area. And a car not too far from the swamp had also been attacked in the night. The fenders had been ripped off, the antenna bent, deep scratches along the body, and chrome trim had seemingly been chewed off the car. So over the course of the summer of 1988, more cars in this vicinity of Skate or Swamp were brutally attacked. Not people, but cars were brutally attacked and chewed on. And more people.
Does he have like an iron deficiency or something?
He's like, I don't want to eat you. I just want to eat your car, man. I gotta have it. And so more people around this time started reporting seeing an enormous scaly green man lurking in the woods and the swamps. And so the police kept getting called out, and the sheriff actually made plaster cast of this enormous 3-toed footprint left behind in the mud. And they thought, like, should we call the FBI? And then they're like, no, let's not. Like, no.
Is that even who's over that? Like, I don't even know who you would call.
Like, what would you do, right?
Like,
it's like Ghostbusters. Like, I don't know.
Call a cryptozoologist.
Yeah.
Call the Riverbank Zoo.
Call the Riverbank Zoo. We have a problem here. So basically, okay, so June 1988, that's when this teenager sees this. And then that whole summer, we have this whole thing with cars parked around the swamp being attacked. And then we have the police being called out in Bishopville because people are all of a sudden saying, I'm seeing the 7-foot tall lizard. Police makes a cast of the footprint, and they're just like, we don't know what we're going to do. We've got someone crazy or a crazy lizard out here.
So yeah, you can Google the pictures of the cast.
Yeah. And so fall comes and the lizard hibernates. So they don't have any more sightings in the
Okay.
fall. Okay, so it's like, okay, they have all this activity in 1988, the whole summer, it's crazy, and then it dies down. They're like, okay, well, I mean, I guess that, you know, maybe his terror has ended, or maybe he only comes out at the summertime. But by then, a legend was born, right? Because everybody's talking about this lizard man. And so over the decades, there have been like occasional sightings here and there. There have been some mutilation of cars here and there, but nothing was ever as crazy as that summer of 1988. Like that was like the peak, and then it just kind of died down.
So
And
when we go there, we should get a rental car and make sure to add the insurance.
add the insurance, yes, that's actually one of my friends. And so in 1998, he made another present. So it happened in 1988. Not so much, maybe here and there. And then 1998, he makes his presence known again. And then kind of
like every 10 years.
and then he just dies down again. And then summer of 2015 is when shit hit the fan. So someone actually gets a picture of this creature, and she was leaving church, as good sandlappers do, and she got a picture on her cell phone.
About to head to the Chili's.
And the photo and also a video proved that, hey, this lizard man, like, he's real, like beyond a believer's doubt. Like, we got it from a good Christian woman. Like, we got this thing. But nothing really ever came of it. You know what I mean? Like, it made like CBS News. It went viral. It made, you know, another big wave in the news again. And so just some famous things about Lizard Man. Steve Colbert actually focused a whole segment of his show about photos purported to feature the Lizard Man in one of his shows. And so he said that the Lizard Man was responsible for ruining his Charleston rental car. And according to one of the sheriffs there, he says that a lot of Lee County teenagers, whenever they like rent cars or something happens to their car, they try to blame it on the Lizard Man.
Oh, of course.
Lizard Man has been on CBS News. And so it just makes like, he's made like a huge splash for himself, right? And so I thought this was kind of cool. Like, not only do they have Lizard Man there, but if you go to Bishopville, they even have a museum of the Button King, and he has a button-covered hearse that you can visit.
The Button King?
Yes. It's
the hell is
that collects buttons, and he has a button-covered hearse. So so next time you're in Bishopville, you can go there to see a button-covered hearse, and you can go check out try to find the Lizard Man.
I want to try to find the Lizard Man. I'm trying to find pictures of him right now.
And also, have you ever heard of a boll weevil? Do you know what that is?
I have heard of it.
Not, but apparently in this cotton museum there's like the largest boll weevil in history. And so what it is it's basically a humongous beetle, and it feeds on cotton buds and flowers. So basically it migrated from Mexico to the southern United States, and it was said to basically devastate the cotton industry in the 1920s. And so if you go to Bishopville, I mean, you can see this blonde weevil, you can see a button-covered hearse, and try to find Lizard Man. Like, I'm going to Bishopville. And somebody said, and I thought this was hilarious, he says, come to Bishopville, try to find the Lizard Man, just buy car insurance first, because cars tend to get ripped up around here.
Good call.
Yes. Okay. So I'm going to introduce this one a little different. I'm going to tell you a story as my introduction. All right.
Okay. Are you going to want some music right here?
Sure. Story
Okay.
time. All right. Picture this.
There once was a man from Nantucket.
All right. We're going back to 1996, y'all. We're in Texas. A journalist sitting in his car late evening in a movie theater parking lot. Gin Blossoms are probably playing on the radio. two young boys approach the car. The older boy taps on the driver's side window. The journalist rolls down the window and all of a sudden feels an overwhelming feeling of soul-wrenching fear. The older boy says he and his brother wanted to catch a movie but forgot their money at home. Could the journalist give them a ride? The journalist noticed that the movie they wanted to see was nearly over. So the scared journalist breaks eye contact with the boys, and then he looks back at the kids and their eyes have become completely blacked out. The journalist told the boys they couldn't get in the car and he tore out of the parking lot. This, my friends, is the earliest reported incident of an encounter with the black-eyed kids.
That's a good one.
Oh, I knew you were going to love this one so much. This is the first, so the story I just told you is the first reported story that we have of an encounter with the black-eyed kids. And the person who told that story, it was about Brian Bethel, who is a journalist from Abilene, Texas. So if you've not ever heard of a black-eyed kid, I just wanted to give you, a little rundown because, I learned what a centaur was, a pet centaur. So I don't want to, you may not know what a black-eyed kid is. And so these are creatures that resemble children, typically from the ages 6 to 16. They have really pale skin, black eyes, no iris, no white. They're typically seen hitchhiking or begging. They've also been encountered on doorsteps of residential homes. And typically they're in outdated clothes or hoodies even. And their voices have been said to be just very mechanical and that they're just kind of very peculiar acting children.
Okay.
Does that check for what you know about the BEKs?
Yeah, that's spot on. They're little creepy asses.
They're very creepy. They really are.
Yeah.
Like when I was doing this research, and like all these little children like are popped up on my screen. It was like I was trying not to see
I don't. It's just like whenever they make like a child vampire in horror movies, like it's so much more scary than the adults.
Yeah, I agree. And these little creatures, I mean, they're a little funky. Not in a good way. Not in a good way. So a lot of people are like, okay, what do these kids want? Like what are they here for? So there are a few theories. Some say that much like a vampire, they want permission to enter your life in some fashion. So you have to invite them in. So it's very much like a vampire situation. They just can't like come into your house unless you invite them. Same with the car. They can't just come in. There are reports where people that have let these children in have lived, but they claim that a bunch of series of horrible things have happened as a result of letting the children in. And we're going to get into some of those stories
like
in a little bit.
I'm just curious. Okay, just continue. I'll save my questions for the end.
Okay. So this has kind of led people to like speculate, like, what are they, And so one theory is that the BEKs are demons. And the theory is that because they need permission to like get entry into your life in some way, that resembles a demonic being, that they can't just enter, you have to invite them in. And so some way these BEKs enter, they say that they really just want your energy. So if you invite them in, they kind of really compare them to like a vampire. Like they really want like your energy.
An energy vampire.
Exactly. And that's why they say that you always maybe feel like people that have encountered them feel so negative around them all of a sudden because they're zapping energy. And like, so you remember Brian's account, he said he just automatically felt like doom and gloom. So
yeah, they're just like a big storm cloud.
Big storm cloud. And so that's what one account is. Also, you may have heard that they're alien hybrids. I've heard that theory as well. And so the theory for that is because the Greys are known to have solid black eyes. And so they kind of connect this theory like, oh, it's because they're aliens. And they think that they might have some kind of like human hybrid that they're testing out, which could attest for like maybe their psychic abilities, like why their speech may sound kind of mechanical and funky because they're not really human. It doesn't really explain their motive though. Like, I mean, what would they gain by causing harm to humans? I mean, it could just be that, they want to learn about us, or
And
maybe
like,
get us.
why don't they ever try to like talk to people who are out in public? Like, why is it always somebody who's like behind a door?
Right. Well, and then also, their ability to kind of be at places they shouldn't be and then disappear like super quickly, like it doesn't really make sense. They're like, so maybe that's because they're aliens. I don't know.
Yeah.
Some people are like, maybe it could be like some kind of like alien operative, and like, the Men in Black are involved in this whole entire like scientific thing, like they're watching them, like monitoring them, like they're involved. So this theory about alien hybrids it really webs. So I'm just gonna button it up with that paragraph: alien hybrid.
There you go. Or you could just go like below C on that, iceberg.
You could go all sorts of way with it. And then some people just say that they're their own entity. They're just a black eye kid. And they say that some people think that they are just a completely unique entity and they can't really classify what they are, and that they would need entry into your life to damage your life in an incredible way. So like, kind of like a shadow person or a ghost. So like, it's kind of like that. Like maybe they could, they basically could have even been like, from a traumatic event or something like that, and they've gotten stuck in some kind of, realm, and they're trying to like relive it over and over like a ghost. So that some people think that, hey, they're just 100% their own thing.
Well, then, I don't know, that if it's kind of like a ghost or something, you almost feel obligated to let them in. Like, what if that's what sets them free?
Yeah, but then people are like, well, all this bad stuff happens to me because of it.
Yeah.
But I mean, there are definitely a lot of, I'm going to read you guys a few sightings from ranker.com, because a lot of people have had different experiences and different results, and you can kind of see where like, oh, it was as a result of this contact. So I'm going to read you the first one. I'm reading from ranker.com, and we'll talk about it after I read it. So the first one is, can I use your phone situation? So we're at a gas station, right? And the gas station attendant in Northeast Louisiana had a terrifying encounter in November 2012. The gas station was creepy enough to begin with. It was 3 a.m. They said the power went out. And so the attendant would just kind of had just a cell phone as a light, and he was able to get the generators going, but the backup lighting was dim and it only lit up, like certain areas of the store. And so he was out in like kind of an isolated area, and out of the darkness he noticed the movement of 3 children on bikes that were heading his way. So he didn't really think anything of it at the time. So he said the kids get off their bikes, they stand at the door and stared at him, and he said that he immediately felt creeped out, that they were just kids, but it was like, it's 3 a.m. Like, why are they out here? We've just had like this crazy storm. Like, this doesn't make sense. So, like, I think a lot of people would do that, see children out there. He opened the door and asked if they were okay. Like, do you need help? And the young girl asked if she could use a phone. So he handed his cell phone over to her, and then realized that her eyes were all black. And so he said, no, I need, or she said, no, I need the real one. Like, she didn't know what.
I like the landline.
She needed to come inside, pretty much. And so he said just the thought of letting her inside, he felt just chills and was like, no. And so he said that he just like shouted at all of them to leave and like slammed and locked the door. And he reports that the children, and it might be he or she, I don't know. For some reason, I'm just seeing a man in the story. The children stood there a bit longer, and he said they just like stared at him through the glass with their creepy little eyes. And then they got back on their bikes and disappeared into the darkness. And the next morning, the attendant wanted to go through the surveillance footage to see, what it caught. But unfortunately, the power outage cut the cameras off, and they didn't boot back up with the generator. So he has nothing to prove what took place. Story number 2. She let them in. January 2016. A Vermont woman reported that she actually let black-eyed children into her home. A little over a year prior, a blizzard was raging the world outside her door. So when she was very surprised to hear, obviously, a loud knock. So figuring someone probably crashed their car or, needed help, she opened the door and there they were. There was no car. She just again feels that faint red wash over her for reasons she couldn't understand, and they just kept banging. That's the part that freaks me out. They just kept banging and banging and banging on the door. So she woke her husband up, and she's like, you go answer the door, which I could totally see Stephen doing that to me. And there they are, these 2 small children on the other side, and she said they were not dressed appropriately for the weather, and the woman and her husband let the little boy and girl in,
No.
And so she said, despite the great sense of unease she felt, she said that she regretted letting them in almost instantly. And she said one of her cats hissed while the other 3 hid, which is unusual behavior for these little kitties, apparently. And I always believe animals can sense stuff. And so it didn't seem to matter when she asked what happened. So she's like, what happened? Are you lost? Do you want some cocoa? And she said the answer was always the same. Our parents will be here soon.
Okay.
So can you imagine? It's like, do you want some cup of, we want some hot cocoa? Our parents will be here soon.
Yeah, I would have already called the cops.
And so, you know what Stephen would have done? He would have left me there alone probably with these fools. Like, I'm leaving. That's how that would go down in my house. I'm just saying.
You 2 would probably end up adopting the black-eyed kids.
Like, guys, guess what? Welcome our new... And everybody would be so creeped out. He probably would.
I mean, maybe Herman's a black-eyed kid.
Maybe he is.
You did find him in a parking lot and let him in your car.
I did invite him in.
Just saying.
He didn't let himself in. And he does have weird little eyes.
He's a weird little guy. And he's solid black.
There's a black-eyed kid. Mystery solved.
Yep.
He's great. He's made my life wonderful. All right. So this sweet lady, dealing with this freaking crazy, awkward situation, makes the kids some cocoa. And she said when she returned with the mugs, she noticed their eyes. They were completely jet black with no whites at all. And she said they just had giant black pupils. And they asked for the bathroom, and she directed them to it. Then everything, she said, happened all at once. Her husband's nose started bleeding, the power went out, and as she rushed to get a tissue, she was confronted by both children staring at her from the hall. And they said, our parents are here. Then they walked out the front door, and she watched these little creepy kids get into a black car with 2 very tall men in suits. So she said they left, and within months of the encounter, 3 of their 4 cats went missing. The 4th one that hissed was found in a pool of blood.
Oh.
Apparently he died from a hemorrhage. Her husband's nosebleeds continued, and he was eventually diagnosed with skin cancer. And despite spending little time out, apparently he never spent any time outdoors. So it was really weird. He said that he got skin cancer. And then the woman began to suffer from chronic nosebleeds, as her husband initially had when they first met the kids. And then her health began slowly deteriorating. And she is certain it's because of the contact she made with the black-eyed children.
Well, that makes them sound more like extraterrestrials.
Right? Which goes back to that theory about the men in black being involved, especially. It's okay. Like the first case, you don't really see them get picked up by anybody. They seem to kind of disappear in the darkness. And it's kind of the same with the beginning story with the journalist, right? And now this one, like when you let them in, then do their parents, aka the men in black, come and get them?
Or are these just little radioactive children walking all around the place, spreading radiation?
All right. So I've got one more story to share with you guys. All right. I call this one Careful Who You Go Home With. So this tale was posted on Ranker by a friend of the victim. So here we go.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't the actual person. It was a friend.
Right. It was a friend. So.
Okay.
I'm
already sus.
All right, let's see if we can convince you. It was while on a trip through Arcata, California. Anyway, that this anonymous man stopped for a drink and ended up hitting it off with the attractive woman running the bar. After a bit of drinking.
I thought you were about to say hitting one of the black-eyed kids.
You're like,
his
whoa,
car.
Whoa.
I was like, okay, let's hear more about that.
You're like, I hear drinking and then hitting. What? All right, so this guy
hit and run. The guy
run.
did a hit and run of one of the black-eyed kids.
That's gonna be some bad GG right there, my friends. But after a bit of drinking and getting to know each other, the bartender offered the traveler a place to stay for the night. Not a good idea. And he drunkenly accepted. So it was one of those, hey, I'll leave my car at the bar and I will ride back with you to your place situations. So as they pulled into the front, that's when the unease crept in. And the fellow wasn't sure why, but her home just like really creeps him out. And she started to creep him out as well.
Okay.
And so he claims she began to seem inhuman to him. This didn't stop him from going inside with her, though.
Oh, okay. She must have been quite attractive.
So after the woman had fallen asleep, he got up to get water. And during his trek to the kitchen, he realized her house was full of children. They weren't normal children either. They were creepy.
How did he only just now realize that?
I don't know.
And what would define fool? Like, I just imagine them everywhere.
Yeah, like creepy dolls, but they're all black-eyed kids.
Yeah, like floor to ceiling.
Yeah. So this man gets up, gets a drink of water. He notices all these black-eyed children everywhere. And he said they were just wandering the house aimlessly at 2 a.m. At this point, he has another horrible feeling.
You know what it was? They were waiting until 3 o'clock to go to the gas station on their bikes.
That's exactly what they were doing. And so he said that when he looked to notice their eyes, they were completely black, all of them. And there was no conversation, no attack. He was just faced with these black-eyed children and then sent off on his merry way the next day. A little over a month after his strange experience, the man described himself as becoming very unhealthy. He was diagnosed with an aggressive form of bladder cancer, and he died 6 months later, believing it was those black-eyed children that were responsible.
In the Southwest.
Chupacabra?
It is Chupacabra.
Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Okay.
So first, what does the name mean? So chupar means to suck, and cabra means goat. So he's the goat sucker.
Okay.
So really, there's kind of like two different versions of this creature as well as sightings. There's a kind of Latin American, specifically Puerto Rican version. And then there's also like the US version.
Okay. Gotcha.
And
makes sense.
we can discuss what we think about that later. But I think the Puerto Rican version is more of what people think of. As far as the cryptid goes, it's more of that alien or reptile looking one.
Yeah.
A lot of
Big
people,
eyes.
yeah, a lot of people have described it as like a kangaroo / wolf like combination.
Yeah.
Generally it's like 3 to 5 feet tall. It's bat. Sometimes it has bat-like wings. Other times it's more like bat kind of like skin.
Got that kind of scaly looking.
Yeah, like that just really hair, like just skin, like very
Yeah.
hairless.
Like a hairless cat or dog situation happening.
Yeah, exactly. It's supposed to have large fangs, be kind of hunched back. It has either large red or sometimes black eyes.
I mean, kind of like me. I'm hunchback.
It's Sarah in middle school eating Cheetos by the punch bowl.
It's Sarah before those rubber bands brought those incisors down. And I worked on I got some help with my posture. Are you talking about me in middle school?
Yeah,
Sounds
the damn
familiar.
Flash always gives the red eye.
Okay, yeah, I've got a lot to say. I've got a lot of insight on this.
All right, it's always interesting to see where the show goes. Here it is too. Something about you. Has scales or quills all over. You know,
For sure.
tiny front arms.
I do have little arms. I'm a Chupa. I'm El Chupacabra. It's me.
Like kind of like quills or spikes along its spine,
X.
a long tongue. I think the last one's kind of like you. Like it just kind of hops along.
For sure. Yeah. I mean, why do you think I run all these races?
Yeah, because
My
you're
DNA.
a little chupa.
Oh, Chupa. I'm gonna start putting that on my race bibs.
I'm a chupa. What chupa looking at?
What Chupa looking at? The race.
Then I have the less fun US dog-like version.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of people saw this
Googling.
on the
I'm
news,
Googling the
like
US version.
maybe in the early 2000s, like early 2010s, maybe. I just remember there being like pictures of the dog-like version all over like the news and stuff. It really just looks like a diseased hairless dog. So for most of the story, I'm gonna go with the Puerto Rican, the real El Chupacabra,
The original.
in my opinion.
Sarah Sellers,
Yeah.
South Carolina.
So let's start with the early sightings that kind of made this creature a thing. So 1975 might have been the first sighting.
Okay.
What became El Chupacabra.
Gotcha.
So in 1975, there was this being named the Mocha Vampire.
Ooh.
So I don't know if I'm saying that right. It's MOCA, Mocha or Maca.
Mocha.
I don't know.
It's Mocha.
Right? So it's a very small town in Puerto Rico. Only about, I think, 40,000 people. So pretty small. In this small town, livestock began mysteriously dying, and the carcasses seemed to be drained of all blood, and they seemed to have small, round incisions, perhaps from a bite. They weren't really sure what was causing this. And then eyewitnesses claimed the creature had wings and sharp fangs.
Okay, I'm definitely getting a vampire vibe.
Yeah, so some think that this might have been the creature that is also El Chupacabra, or perhaps this could have just been something different. But it's relatively in like the same area. It's also in Puerto Rico. Also in a small town, like the later sightings in the 90s that really made El Chupacabra worldwide.
Wow.
But just food for thought. I think what really popularized El Chupacabra was an event in March of 1995. So there was also a small town in Puerto Rico named Canovanes, and they began experiencing the same things, like from the town in Mocha. And, they just had dozens of farm animals dead. And they all seemingly had been bled completely dry.
That's awful.
And they also had the weird incisions. So this caused complete mass hysteria.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know if you remember with the Jersey Devil, how it caused mass hysteria in the neighboring towns where that story was from. Well, kind of the same thing here. Like, guards actually started protecting all the remaining animals.
Yeah, right on. I mean, that's a pretty horrific thing to have happen.
Yeah, and children were even being escorted to and from school. And some people even fled their homes and just left and were like, not staying for this. So people were hella scared.
Right on. Fair enough.
So, I mean, Chupacabra, just took the island by storm as, local media started, catching more of it.
Right.
National news, and now it's just becoming this big thing, and everybody's seeing Chupacabra everywhere.
Right.
But the fact remains that by April 1996, over 2,000 animals were slain, supposedly by El Chupacabra.
2,000 in this town, or just all around? I
think mainly in this town, but probably all around Puerto Rico.
That's horrific. That's terrible.
So in 1996, Mayor Jose Ramon Soto Rivera.
Very nice pronunciation there, Adele. I'm impressed.
Oh, thank you. He was up for re-election. He's best known as Chemo Soto. I don't know what that stands for, and I tried to find out. I don't know what that nickname is, but so it's 1996. He's up for re-election. Just his background, he was a Vietnam veteran, a police officer, a private investigator.
Great.
And one of the longest tenured mayors in Puerto Rican history. He was the mayor from 93 to 2014.
So people really like this guy. We'll go get her.
And he was progressive.
That's awesome.
And also, he was adamant that the El Chupacabra was real.
This is a man after my own heart.
Mm-hmm. He's a good guy. I think his daughter is now mayor or in politics.
That's
anyway,
so cool. She fit up with the family.
Or she was mayor.
In a good way.
Yeah.
More people like that we need in politics. Going back to the beginning of the show.
Right. Yeah. So anyway, fun fact there. No, I love this guy because he organized El Chupacabra hunts. So in October 1995, he launched weekly Chupacabra searches. And he would get groups of maybe 200 people mixed with, some armed police officers. And they would take a goat out in a cage as bait and kind of search and, see if Chupacabra would take the bait. No, it never did. They never caught anything, but he still
I would have gone some of those hunts. Would you?
Oh, heck yes, I would. I would sit in the cage with the goat.
Mm-hmm.
Probably safer in the cage.
Maybe.
Yeah, you guys can be outside of the cage with El Chupacabra.
I got this. Me and the goat will hang out, eat some carrots or something. wait for Chupacabra. Oh shit. Oh.
So thus far, let's just recap. So in 1975, you have, livestock that's mysteriously dying. So it's kind of like, I think there are small reports consistently between all these time periods, but it seems to have
Right.
like, time periods where it's way more reports.
That's interesting to me. Like we had this huge surge in the 70s and then not another huge surge until the 90s.
20 years later.
That seems strange, just that time gap.
Yeah.
Maybe they only feed every 20 years.
Right? I tried to look for any recent sightings to kind of like fill that gap between then and now.
Right.
So I have one from elchupacabra.com. So somebody posted their encounter, and it seems it wasn't dated, but it seems like the site hasn't really been updated since like the early 2000s. So I'm going to say it's around the early 2000s. And then I have a most recent sighting in 2022. I'm just going to read this verbatim from elchupacabra.com. All right, so this is Daryl S. from Kensington, Massachusetts. He even sent in a photo of his injury, and I have to say, like, it's a pretty nasty looking gash. And here's his story. Last week on Grove Street in Kingston, Massachusetts, numerous goats were dying at random, thought to be from coyotes that have been running rampant in the area. I went back to my barn on the eve of March 1st when I heard a window-shattering scream coming from the backyard. I ran with my gun to get the coyotes, when to my surprise, it was not a canine creature, but none other than El Chupacabra.
Ooh.
I raised my gun and fired, but it sped past me in a blaze of glory.
It's me. It's 100% me.
Its sharp claws and tail brushed by me and ripping me to shreds. The infected wounds have still not healed.
Okay,
Careless.
time out. So did Daryl go to the doctor, like go to the ER? Like, you have to, like, when you get bit by a dog or an animal, you have to fill out DHEC paperwork. I mean, so did he write
I don't know, guys.
Like, how did that, like, what was that situation?
I don't know.
I don't mean to laugh, because it's a really nasty injury, and it looks like he definitely needs like a tetanus shot or something.
Definitely stitches too.
And stitches. But anytime like a bite or something like that happens with an animal, with rabies and stuff, you have to fill out DHEC paperwork. So I'm just wondering how that incident looked and was processed.
Oh boy, yeah. Okay, this isn't that long. So the host of elchupacabra.com replied, and they said, I have been talking with Daryl, and here's some more info he has told me about the creature he ran into. Below is a transcript of our chat.
Oh, they're very official.
Yeah, that's very nice.
I like it.
Yeah, thank you, elchupacabra.com. So Daryl, I never heard of El Chupacabra until weeks after it happened. I saw the special on Animal Planet. Thought it was like a rabid monkey-like thing. Not really sure until I saw the show. So he says he wasn't familiar with El Chupacabra even.
Sorry, go ahead.
Even though he got it, he didn't know until after. So he didn't know what he got attacked by, supposedly.
Yeah.
elchupacabra.com then says, so when you got hurt, something ran past you to make that gash. Daryl said, yeah, something did.
I don't mean to laugh, Daryl. I'm sorry.
Chupacabra. Did you go to the hospital or just bandage it yourself? Here we go. Daryl, my dad is paramedic. He stitched it up. I get antibiotics from doctor and tetanus shot.
Well, I'm glad for that.
Okay, so way to go, Daryl.
Good.
Good job. elchupacabra.com. Was it a spike or a claw that you think hurt you? Daryl. It was so fast, I really wasn't sure what it was until I saw the show on Animal Planet about chupacabras.
I don't know why it's so funny. It just is. Sorry.
elchupacabra.com. A raccoon or something wouldn't have had that big a claw. Daryl. No way it wasn't a raccoon. elchupacabra.com. Did it smell at all? Daryl. I'm reading this verbatim. I am a avid outdoorsman and a hunter. It was nothing I have ever seen or heard before. I smelled because it scared the shit out of me, but it definitely had a lot of odor to it. I can't even explain. I'm sorry. I can't with Daryl. I'm sorry. Daryl, I hope you're speaking figuratively and didn't actually shit yourself.
Daryl's like, I don't know if it smelled, but I sure did.
I smelled like shit.
My britches. Oh shit! Okay.
Okay.
Oh man. Okay, Daryl. Sorry, brood.
Okay. elchupacabra.com.
Oh,
Where you live, there are no lizards, no animals that remotely could be mistaken for something strange? Question mark. Like in Texas, maybe somebody sees an armadillo in the dark and somebody thinks it's a chupacabra. Daryl, nope.
All right.
elchupacabra.com. Did it have fur? Daryl. It was brownish green. Okay, that sounds right. From what I saw. Also, it was more like hair, not fur. Have you ever seen the hair on a potbelly pig? Okay. Okay.
All right.
elchupacabra.com. It had hair like a pig, and you're sure it wasn't a wild boar? Daryl, I have potbelly pigs, and that is what it reminded me of. No wild boars around here. I live in Mass. Massachusetts. Chupacabra.com. If you had pigs, then you would know if it was one or not. Daryl, oh yeah, that is what I think it was after. Wait, what? Oh yeah, that is what I think it was after I had pigs and goats and a small petting zoo. I think it was looking for an easy meal or something like that.
He has a small petting zoo. Oh god, no.
We have coyotes all the time. That is what I thought was after my animals. elchupacabra.com. So you heard crazy noises. Daryl, nutty. Like when cats mate. Well, it says mate. Sound with a high-pitched screech. I don't know why I'm making him southern.
I don't know either. They're so funny. You are.
And that was it.
Wow. Maybe it's the same as Daryl.
Yeah, probably. And he has a petting zoo.
No offense. It does sound very like Joe Exotic.
Yeah.
Tiger King-ish.
So, yeah, that was an actual encounter with maybe El Chupacabra.
So does he like call his dad? It's like, Dad, I just got attacked by El Chupacabra. Can you come and look at my leg?
Well, I don't know what he told his dad if he didn't know what El Chupacabra was until after he was attacked.
So like he's just watching the show and then he's like, that's
oh,
it.
Shit, that's the thing that scratched me. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, Daryl.
Okay, so that was like the early 2000s, I
Okay.
think. That was an actual encounter, and great. It sounds like you also have to worry about being injured by the little quills.
Yeah.
Not just its fangs and claws, so that's wonderful.
Sounds pretty dangerous.
Yeah, and then the most recent sighting I could find that was, kind of well known was Saturday, May 2nd, 2022.
Okay.
So fairly recent, almost exactly a year
ago, yeah.
And this was at the Amarillo Zoo. So I don't know. Maybe this thing is lured by animals.
Maybe.
So they actually caught black and white security footage of a dog-like figure with long arms standing upright on its hind legs near the fence perimeter.
Oh, that's scary. That looks like somebody. It looks like a human being. It looks like Teen Wolf.
I think it looks like a skinwalker, but as the shaman before it transforms.
But it almost really looks like somebody's a human's legs. From like what I'm looking, right, from where I'm looking.
Yeah. So, I mean, it definitely looks humanoid to me.
It definitely does.
I
It looks
think
like
it looks
somebody wearing like a wolf mask,
exactly like
werewolf mask.
like a evil shaman.
Yeah.
So,
But like the legs look like humans.
yeah, so I don't know, guys. Let us know what you think
That's
on
pretty spooky
Instagram.
looking.
Today, I'm going to talk about the Wendigo.
Oh, the Wendigo. All right.
Yeah, let's kick this off with a poem.
A poem. Oh, okay. Let's.
So, a poem called The Wendigo. You knew I was coming for you, little one, when the kettle jumped into the fire. Towels flapped on the hooks, and the dog crept off, groaning, to the deepest part of the woods. In the hackles of dry brush, a thin laughter started up. Mother scolded the food warm and smooth in the pot and called you to eat. But I spoke in the cold trees. New one, I have come for you. Child, hide and lie still. The sumac pushed sour red cones through the air. Copper burned in the raw wood. You saw me drag toward you. Oh, touch me, I murmured, and licked the soles of your feet. You dug your hands into my pale melting fur. I stole you off a huge thing in my bristling armor. Steam rolled from my wintry arms, each leaf shivered from the bushes we passed, until they stood naked, spread like the clean spines of fish. Then your warm hands hummed over and shoveled themselves full of the ice and the snow. I would darken and spill all night running until at last morning broke the cold earth and I carried you home. A river shaking in the sun. And that is called Wendigo by
So sorry, go ahead.
by Louise Erdrich, and that was written in 1984.
Wow. So just another reason why I don't like winter.
Oh yeah.
We're just gonna say that. Yeah, not a fan. And wow, what a creepy little imagery there.
Yeah, way to set the tone for this delightful episode. So, yes, the Wendigo is a very, very nasty creature you do not want to encounter. And yes, they are very dangerous. They are just ravenous creatures that will devour you if you encounter one. So, if you ever think you see a Wendigo, run away.
So if you're out hiking and you see a Wendigo, you would not recommend taking your poles up and clapping them together like you do with bears. Like you just gonna have to run the hell out of there.
Just run away. Yes.
Okay.
Well, let's just talk about like the origins. So, I mean, the Wendigo is, I think, like I said, there's been so many encounters and sightings of these creatures all across, I think, North America. But the origin is really with the Plains, Great Lake, and First Nations people. So it's part of their lore. So really, those groups of people are any North American indigenous group who speaks an Algonquin language. So I mean that covers several tribes.
Yeah, for sure.
So because it does span so many groups, it does have many different variations.
Makes sense.
So I'll try to talk about, some of the biggest like variations of this creature.
Yeah.
So they're located in the northern U.S. forests of the Great Lakes in central Canada. So they like the cold, wooded areas.
I'd say I don't like the cold.
Yeah, and these guys are kind of a double threat.
No.
They can appear as a physical entity, like a creature that you usually see if you like Google it with like the antlers and stuff.
Yeah.
But they're also an evil spirit that can possess a human.
Right.
Yeah, so they're again really, really dangerous.
Right.
All right, and according to legends, let's talk about the spirit first. So the spirit supposedly can enter a person through their dreams.
No.
So like
No.
and then once you're possessed, you become like a crazy violent cannibal.
Oh.
Yeah,
Hey.
so
Oh no.
but it's okay because they're drawn to certain types of people. So that's the good news.
That is good news.
So they are drawn to really two main types of people. One is like the greedy, gluttonous, excessive person.
Gotta look out this week.
Americans.
Extra people of the world.
Yes, the excessive people.
It might be Wendigo feeding week.
So guys, be careful. Go stay somewhere warm.
Yeah, yes.
Or like check yourself, because I don't know, but I didn't see any way to exercise them once you are possessed. So
that's
maybe
terrifying.
check yourself before you wreck yourself, okay? Or turn into a Wendigo. But they are also drawn to people who are extremely hungry or starving. I think who could turn cannibal. It's like your moment of weakness.
Yeah.
Like, so, and we'll get into that. So yeah, if you're like in a really extremely like starvation kind of situation, it might just draw a Wendigo to possess you.
I like that.
And there's even a term called Wendigo psychosis, which was used by the early 20th century by psychologists to describe symptoms of feeling possessed by a cannibalistic desire. I don't know if they really use it today, and there's, it might have just been like a term of the time.
Right.
Because there's just, there's not complete agreement on if that's a real psychological thing or not, or anyway. Yeah. I just thought it was a fun fact. All right, but now I get into the creature, which I think is the really fun part. So just like across all of these different groups of people, there's different stories and, the way this creature looks. So we'll just cover the main ones. So they're created whenever a human practices cannibalism. And I infer that you become a Wendigo. Like, really, like, so Wendigo was once a person, and then through an act of cannibalism, or some people even say if you're extremely greedy, you might become a Wendigo and not just be possessed. So you could either be possessed or you just might become one. It depends on, which group's story you're who you're asking. But they are described as very emaciated looking, so very skeletal. Yeah. So we're talking about like that cold starvation kind of look, right? They have ash gray skin, almost like a corpse. And they kind of look like human, I would say jerky. They're kind of mummy looking in one version. This is not the most popular version I've heard of, but this is still pretty horrifying.
Yeah, it is.
And it actually reminds me more of a really scary TikTok I saw of one that looked more human and just didn't seem right, like out in the middle of nowhere, screaming for help.
The ones I mostly am affiliated with seeing kind of like have like the antlers, and they look like an animal.
They don't, they don't really look human.
Like, you can see their ribs, but like they look like more like animal.
Yeah. So this, like I will share the TikTok on our social because there's one that's more human looking, and that video just scares the hell out of me.
Sounds really disturbing.
Yes. And sometimes this is also a version that I wasn't as aware of. They're sometimes just like a giant, like over 15 feet tall, like huge, like as big as the trees.
What? Now that is terrifying.
And they get bigger the more they consume. So it kind of ties into that greed, right?
Oh,
like they become more and more bigger monster.
Oh.
Yeah. But I think this is the one that most people, especially from pop culture over the last few decades, are most familiar with. This creature has pointed ears, antlers like a deer, or sometimes horns.
Yeah.
They have really deep, like inset eyes that glow like coal. And they have big yellow fangs, which just sounds gross. And they have really savage claws. They have overly long tongues that kind of hang out of their mouth. And usually they have torn or bloody lips, if they even have lips at all. Like they just look like very frostbitten, kind of tattered lips. I think they look kind of deformed and humanoid. Like there's some humanoid aspects, but overall they kind of look like a deer-human hybrid, but more deer.
Yeah, like a deer standing upright.
Yeah.
Situation.
And sometimes they're covered in matted fur as well. And the biggest thing is their smell. Like you smell them coming. Like,
That's
so
horrifying.
keep that in mind. Like, they smell like death and decay. Like, they just smell horrible.
Lovely.
So yeah, so be mindful of that. 'Cause, I mean, even so, if you're out in the woods, you probably don't want to be near a dead carcass either because of the things that
Yeah.
they smell.
Yeah.
So just be mindful of what you smell, guys, when you're out and about. And supposedly they have very good vision, hearing, and smell, just like hypersenses. They're very, very strong, very, very fast. They can move very easily across ice and snow.
Oh no.
So, and sometimes they can even move over open water, and depending on who you ask.
Wow.
And they have great stamina, and all of these things make it so they are so good at stalking you as prey.
It's terrifying.
Yes. So, are they possible to stop?
Yes, they have to be, right?
Well, in some versions they are. Like, you can use a typical weapon that you would probably use against another human, like a bat, a gun, a knife.
They're so fast, that would be really hard.
Right. So, according to some, you could potentially duke it out with them, and if you're victorious, live.
I'm thinking like if you had a hairdryer, if they hate heat, it's like,
Well, you're kind of onto something, because in other versions, like, that's not going to work. Mortal weapons won't work. Like, you have to wait for it to be subdued or somehow subdue it, and then once it's subdued, you have to cut out its heart and melt it in fire, and that's the only way to destroy it.
that just sounds impossible. It's an impossible feat.
Yes.
I'm not trying to be a naysayer, but that seems unlikely.
Right. It's like, how do you even subdue one with that grace? I don't know. I don't even know if they sleep. Like,
I'm not Shira here. Like, I have no idea.
It's just better off to avoid them altogether. So you don't have to do all this.
So I'm just gonna real quick cancel my camping trip that I had planned, and you just continue talking about this.
And then, according to some, only a shaman can defeat it with spells and their shaman power.
Wow.
So,
but, like, I'm thinking if you happen upon one of these, you probably don't have access to a shaman or a shaman power, so you're pretty much just screwed.
Right. And I mean, maybe you should only camp with the shaman.
Yeah. Maybe that's like, I'm adding that, like, REI has like a camping backpacking like checklist. I don't see shaman on there, but I'm gonna ask that they add it.
Add it, please.
Especially during the winter seasons.
Yes, if you're going like cold forest, take a shaman.
Take a shaman with you.
So yeah, these are pretty nasty creatures, but oddly enough, obviously, if somebody actually really did encounter it and got devoured, they wouldn't live to tell their story. But there are so many encounter stories that I've heard.
Really?
Yes, that are supposedly true. Like, you have to take it with a grain of salt. But I thought I would read a few from Reddit. They're kind of short and sweet. But if you are a follower of Darkness Prevails, he's a host of a few different encounter kind of shows. Even Tales from the Break Room is like weird encounters at work.
Oh, that's fun.
So he does a really good job and has several Wendigo, supposedly true encounters. So definitely head over there to check out some of those longer ones that are like full episodes. I'm just gonna cover a few short and sweet ones. So the first story is from our Wendigo Stories, and it's entitled "My Friends and I Think We Were Being Hunted by a Wendigo." All right, and this was posted 3 years ago, so I mean, relatively
recent, yeah.
And I think, okay, so the username, I have a horrible username too on Reddit. I'm gonna spell it out, but then I'll tell you what I think it is.
Okay.
It's L1KMATAINT, and I think it's Lickmataint. I think that's probably what they're Username.
So like, watch this. It's kind of like when you spell boobs on like your scientific calculator. It's like,
Yeah.
sorry.
Gonna use a 1 and not put the C to get past them.
Oh, no.
So,
Okay.
according to Lickmatain, 3 years ago, they say the whole story takes place on an 8-mile stretch of a road in Hamlin, New York.
So
right
cold.
location.
Check. Yeah, right location.
Yep. So let's hear what they have to say. I was 16 years old and went on a fishing trip with my 4 friends, Brian, Mike, Ethan, and Joe. The fishing spot was under a bridge 1.5 miles away from any houses. The day started out fun. Everybody was excited to go fishing and smoke, and the walk to the... There we go. That's what they're really doing.
Okay.
They were excited to go fishing and smoke, and the walk to the spot went well. There were squash fields littering the sides of the main road, so we snagged a few.
Fields. I don't think I've ever seen squash fields.
I don't even know what that would look like. Maybe it's because we're not from up north.
Maybe.
That's really convenient, though.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, so they snagged a few squash and continued on and also grabbed some corn.
Okay.
So the hunger is not a factor here.
Right.
But the cold is. So
the
let's
cold is, yeah.
I mean, assuming this is during like a cold time. But they're going fishing. I don't know. We'll see. All right, so we get to the spot and fish for a few hours until it was 9:30 p.m. This is where shit pops off. ...
Yes.
But before I say anything else, I want to recognize that my friend Brian is a descendant of the Navajo tribe.
Okay.
And believes in druid stuff. I'm an atheist. Okay, so
thank you for clarifying.
I get it. So you're not. They probably don't believe in Wendigo.
But they do now.
I bet they do now. We start to hear dogs barking in the distance, like a wild pack of dogs. But the chances of that being a thing are low, so we consider coyotes. That makes sense.
Yeah.
We soon realize that coyotes don't bark. That's true. They yip. They do like a yip, yip, yip.
They do. That is true.
Yeah. So that's out the window. We're all a little bit paranoid at this point, so we come to the conclusion that walking back the 8 miles and downing a bottle of rum at Brian's house was a good idea.
Yeah, I agree. I concur.
A quarter way back, my friend Brian stops dead in his tracks in the middle of the road. The expression on his face changed from concern to the look of fear. I walked up to him wondering what was up, and he grabbed me by the wrist and pointed my hand out into the field, and all I could see looking back at me was a pair of eyes the size of footballs. That's huge. Whoa. So this is like that giant form, perhaps.
Yeah. Eyes as big as footballs.
Footballs. That's massive. Me and Brian agree silently to keep it between us as to not freak everybody out and end up getting split up. So we just kind of pick up the pace so everybody is forced to follow at our speed. Halfway back to Brian's house, we pass a white farmhouse with a cornfield across from it. Next thing I know, it feels like a plane buzzed. A plane buzzed by, and there's about a 40-yard trail crashing through the corn. Oh, and all while this is happening, we heard the fucking dogs following us. Yikes. Okay, so they're like walking past the field, something sounds like a plane buzzed over, and they're still hearing these dogs following them.
Not cool.
As we return at Brian's house and pull out the fucking 12 gauge and a bottle of rum, sit on his porch, we hear the same dogs from earlier start whining off in the distance like they were upset at us. I then proceeded to have night terrors while drunk at my buddy's house. LOL. That was it.
So, all right. So they didn't actually see the Wendigo. They just saw the eyes.
They just saw big eyes, so they didn't actually.
And just took what? And we hadn't started drinking at that point, just smoking.
Supposedly, yes.
What could that be?
I don't know.
Eyes as big as footballs?
I mean, that would probably be well over 15 feet, though, right? Wouldn't that be like...
I would think so.
2 more. So this one is called Wendigo Encounter. And I think the user is Bacon B34 T down.
All right.
Sorry, I'm not really sure.
We'll just go with
All
Bacon.
All right, so this is listed as an encounter, and this was only 10 months ago.
Oh,
So pretty recent, guys.
So this past winter.
Yes. All right, so here we go. I've been debating on sharing this story with anyone outside of my small circle of people that were there. But I want to share my experience and hope that it saves someone's life or to give understanding of what someone else has experienced.
Okay.
Late fall 2010. Okay, so this takes place in 2010, but was posted 10 months ago.
Okay, gotcha. But still, yeah, not
all right. But late fall 2010 in northern Canada, right time, right place.
Check.
I went deep into the wilderness with my father and my eldest brother to hunt for moose. We left in the early morning, just before sunrise, trying to cover as much distance as possible before nightfall. We traveled winding rivers and had to repeatedly portage over rapids all day. We decided to set up camp just over halfway to our destination. My father figured that we'd make the rest of the journey tomorrow. Well, when everybody bedded down for the night, I decided to go grab some firewood and relieve myself down by the bank of the river, just out of the reach of the light from the campfire.
Okay.
See, makes sense. Out from the tree line about 15 yards away, I could hear rustling in the bushes. Uh-oh, this is very scary. I watched the area where I heard the noise and focused on that spot. I felt kind of funny, dizzy, lightheaded combination going on. And I could smell this putrid stink, like old milk or rotten food. This is a bad sign.
Old milk or rotten food. Okay.
That's a different kind of bad, like curdled milk.
Oh,
that's one of the worst smells.
Yeah, for sure. Oh no.
Then I saw the trees start to morph and move ever so slightly and began to take the shape of a head and slight facial features. My eyes began to adjust to the darkness, and along the tree line, I could hear this voice coming from there. I recognized it. The voice sounded like one of my relatives who had recently passed.
Ooh.
Yuck. The face took shape of my relative. Hello, they said. I've missed you. Come see me. I smiled and stepped forward a bit, but stopped to analyze the situation. My relative's face stopped smiling and became emotionless. The skin began to turn pale and peel away. Ew, chunks of flesh from their cheeks began to fall away, and I felt shock and fear overwhelm my body. I couldn't make sense of it at all, so I started to back away and make my way to camp. I didn't realize at the time that I had been walking towards the voice, and I was further away from the fire light. The voice became angry and began shouting at me to come here. So I turned to run away, but as I looked back one more time, I saw the most disgusting thing I had ever seen. It was rotting flesh on gnawed bone, caved-in eyes, and a hollow chest cavity. This humanoid creature was tall and super thin.
That checks.
Yes. I ran as fast as I could, trying to yell for help, but the fear had made my voice quiet and raspy. I ran along the riverbank, and I could hear the heavy breaths and stomping feet from this thing right behind me. I made it onto the top of the riverbank, but it grabbed a hold of my leg as I jumped up. I gripped and tore the grass, trying to lift myself, and yelled as loud as I could. Then finally my voice came back, and I yelled that someone has my leg. My brother woke up and ran over to where I was, and he pulled me up and took me over to the fire. I was terrified, trying to explain what I saw and that it looked like my relative, but not. I was trying to convince them that I wasn't seeing things, but my brother nodded his head and said, I saw it too. I know. Yikes. That solidified it. He acknowledged that it was real. We stayed up all night after that, rifles loaded, and close by, we packed up when the sun was coming up and went back home. We haven't shared that story with anyone out of fear of being labeled as crazy or liars.
Fair enough.
I've had nightmares and couldn't sleep for months afterwards. I would see things / dark figures looking into my window or hear whispers when I was walking home at night. Eventually, I was seeing this dark figure daily. I went to medicine man, shaman for help, but I've learned that the ceremonies only relieves it temporarily. Ooh.
That's terrifying.
Friends have given me everything from protection pouches to certain crystals. I found out that there's a strong possibility that I encountered a Wendigo. I learned that if you encounter one and survive, it attaches itself to you like a parasite. I have heard that before.
Yeah.
I learned that if you could only do this if it touches you. I learned that it could only do this if it touches you, which it did.
Yeah.
I have heard that you can get them through bites as well, but
Oh, yeah.
this is pretty horrifying too if it's just through touch. Ever since that night, I've been on edge when I enter any forest or wooded area, which sucks because I love being outdoors and hunting in nature. Now I always feel like I need to keep my back against something when I'm out in the wild. Anyway, make your own conclusions about this. I paid a price for being an ignorant child to the stories of old. They are real. I can attest to that. Stay safe, everyone.
You know what's terrifying about that is I'm getting that whole He-Man Masters of the Universe scene with Evil Lynn tries to pretend to be Courtney Cox's mom just to kind of like lure her in.
Mm-hmm.
That is scary.
Maybe Skeletor is a Wendigo.
I mean, it checks out.
Could be.
The
Yeah.
boniness. That's really horrible.
What I thought was also interesting is 7 months ago, somebody replied to this saying they also just had an encounter with a Wendigo. So Top Distance 784 replied, and they said, I saw a Wendigo today. A bunch of little crying faces, like emojis. I thought it was a deer, so I stopped and looked at it, but then it started to morph into this weird, scary, slim thing and started crawling toward me. More crying faces. I just literally went back home and was fine, but yeah, I will now be investing in all the protections against any monsters that are out there. Jesus, be careful, guys. For info, I live in Arcata, Humboldt, California. Oh, that's not even like, and maybe it's Northern California.
Yeah, maybe.
California gets pretty cold. Oh, and we live on indigenous land. There you go.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah. But can you imagine that? Oh, look at the pretty deer.
Like, oh God. Yeah, I've heard a lot of stories also about these non-deer. Like, there will be like a group of deer you see, and one will just be very odd. And like kind of, and I've even heard a story from Darkness Prevails about like somebody encountering a group of deer, kind of like this person. They stop to look at them, and then one kind of smiles at them. And they're like, that's not a deer.
That is messed up.
Yeah. Do you want to hear one more short encounter?
Yes, I do. Please.
Right. This is from R Paranormal, which I love that subreddit. The user is Fortune No 1557.
All right, Fortune No, let's hear it.
This is called Possible Wendigo Encounter.
Okay, we'll be the judge of that.
And this was posted a year ago. Hey everyone, not sure if this is the right place to post this, but I'm definitely spooked. Also, my very first Reddit post, so sorry if it's a little jumbled. So today, my friend, let's call her Ray, and I were in my car at night, windows rolled down, and screaming our heads off to loud music. We were feeling absolutely happy, laughing, and having a great time overall while driving around the quote-unquote rich neighborhoods looking at huge mansions. That sounds like fun.
Yeah.
Now here comes what spooks us majorly. We start getting a little put off because of how dark this road was. Plus, we were going into the middle of a forested area.
Check.
And everything around us was getting darker and darker. I had to turn on the brights on my car, so it's very dark. Now, we still didn't say anything to each other, seriously, only joking about being a little nervous and getting weird vibes. I make the mistake of turning down a forked road. And immediately, we feel sick to our stomachs, both at the same time.
Uh-oh.
I just looked at her and we both started saying about how something is not right.
Oh no.
It was just an urgent feeling of terror, dread, knowing something terrible was going to happen if we stopped the car. We felt like we had, yeah, we felt like we had to roll the windows up because we wanted to be safer. Once we finally sped back around and started leaving, I felt an insane feeling of something watching us, and I just could not make myself turn to look to my side into the forest or behind us. The second we got off the road, it felt like a weight came off our shoulders. Again, at the same time. I've never felt this terrified before, with such a pit in my stomach and sense of dread. What was that? Seriously. I have no idea what happened or why we started feeling that way suddenly. I'm so scared even just thinking about it gives me goosebumps all over. Has anyone else experienced something like this, or do you know what it might have been? Edit. Sorry for my lack of education on what wendigos are, or other creatures of that sort actually are. I heard from people around me that that's the feeling you get when they're around you, but I might be totally wrong. Something was definitely up, though, whatever it was.
Those were interesting encounters. We saved Adele and my favorite thing ever, Bigfoot, for the big 100. This time, we're going to talk to our guest about whether or not, do you believe in Bigfoot, Mom?
I do believe in Bigfoot. I've always believed in the Sasquatch. I just feel like there's just compelling evidence that they could be. They just make sense to me that they could exist.
Well, should we dig into it? See what we think?
Dig in.
We kind of broke it down, and we're going to start out with Sasquatch.
Yeah, we're going to kind of take it around the world, if you will. And since we're here in North America, we hear and know more about Sasquatch because that's what we have here in North America.
All right. So when we think about Sasquatch, that's typically what you think about when you think about Bigfoot. So Bigfoot and Sasquatch are interchangeable. And so it's basically, this legendary creature that inhabits remote forests, primarily in the Pacific Northwest region of North America. Sasquatch, aka Bigfoot, has had sightings that date back centuries, back to indigenous peoples in the region actually having oral traditions about this creature. So when we think about Bigfoot, we're thinking like large ape-like creature covered in hair and standing upright. Most estimate that the range is anywhere from 6 to 10 feet tall with a robust build, is what we're kind of thinking of. Of course, Bigfoot comes to be known in North America. There's so many folklore, books, films, TV shows, festivals, which I really want to get in on a Bigfoot fest. I think that would be so fun. And there's so many believers in Bigfoot. So, there have been expeditions and searches and things. Adele's going to get more into the science of it, but just a quick outline with a scientific perspective. Mainstream science generally considers Sasquatch to be a myth. They cite that there's just really a lack of evidence, such as fossils or verified photographs, to 100% say that Sasquatch is real. Some researchers argue, though, that there are undiscovered large mammals in remote areas, but evidence is still inconclusive. And Adele's going to give us more on that, and then I will come back with some fun encounters and sightings.
All right. Well, I don't know if you want to mix in some of your things, but I think I don't know, this will probably align nicely with probably what you're going to share as eyewitness testimony.
Yes.
Assuming.
Yes.
So let's start with that. I kind of had these in buckets of evidence, quote unquote. So let's start with eyewitness testimony. There are indeed hundreds of sightings per year, and this goes back for a very long time. Our friends at Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization.
Again, I thought that would be another good organization to get involved with to add to your resume.
Yeah, seriously. So bfro.net is their site, and they track these, so you can literally see like the counts per state.
Yeah,
and it's
and
just
now,
hundreds of them.
not to interrupt you, but I also have the BFRO. I have it like broken down, and just for shits and giggles, North Carolina had 106 sightings. The most recent was from 2022, and out where you are, there were only 43 sightings, with the most recent being July 2021. And then I'm gonna come on down to South Carolina. We had 58, but our most recent one was in March of 2024.
So they're migratory, I guess.
So yeah, so it's a fun, like, if you want to go on, like, it breaks it down by state, and it's kind of fun.
There are indeed hundreds and hundreds of sightings per year just in North America. We're not talking about globally. That's just the US. And they loosely seem similar. Like, in general, most eyewitness accounts are describing a large ape-like creature walking upright, and usually in some sort of remote area with forest. So take with that what you will. I get it. You know, it's just interesting, the consistency of so many over, time, that it is this general creature. Even if people have mistaken it, still, it's curious. People are seeing something. But critics say with eyewitness testimony, the reliability isn't always there. And this is a great point, too. As you know, I also like true crime. And there's like an error rating from 20 to 50% of eyewitnesses, like, accurately, saying like that person from the lineup is truly the person that did this. So your memory is kind of crap. No offense, people. Just hate to break it to you, but eyewitness testimony is not even close to the most reliable. So
that's scary.
We have to hand it to the critics on that one. I get it. Take it with a grain of salt. I still think the overwhelming number of reports is interesting. And I have to give it to the critics on this one as well, that a lot of the evidence that we do get seems to be poor quality. It's always like that grainy photo. So we can kind of get into that as well. So I'm just trying to be fair and balanced as we are on the show. So I'm going to give you the support and the criticism for all of these.
We appreciate that, Adele. Sure, you are reporting.
That's what we do here, the truth. The next big thing is definitely footprints, right? Whenever you think of evidence of a Bigfoot in the area. So there's a lot of footprints. They kind of match up, as they're often found in the remote wilderness areas. So that's kind of consistent with the eyewitness testimony. They're usually very, very large, humanoid, which kind of goes with the eyewitness testimony there again, that it seems to be bipedal, walking upright on 2 feet. And this is where it gets pretty technical. And for reference, I got the book Sasquatch Legend Meets Science by Jeff Meldrum, and just a little bit about him. He has a bachelor's of science in zoology, a master's of science in biology, and a PhD in anatomical sciences.
My goodness.
So he's actually been one of the few scientists to seriously take on looking at Bigfoot evidence from a scientific lens. So I'm going to be quoting him a lot for the science part.
He himself ever encountered one?
What was that?
Has this author / doctor, Zeman, ever encountered Bigfoot?
I don't think he has. He didn't state that as evidence, and I think he would have, for sure. Like, oh, I saw one. Shook its hand, got to meet his mama. Like, no, that never happened. But anyway, so he says that also the footprints show a dermal ridge, which I think are kind of like the lines and swirls, like on our fingerprints and palms and feet. I think that's what that is. And these are features consistent with primate foot anatomy. So to him, that's confirming, all right, we have some sort of a primate going on, from these footprints. Yeah, and he just argues that, hey, these features just seem like something in the primate family, and they aren't really like recognizable as known primates in the area. So that's kind of a head scratcher to him. Argument from the scientific community is really like, sometimes it's hard to tell with the footprints if they've been tampered with or anything like that, or like a lot of times like with the Yeti, it's in the snow and it's melted. Sometimes it's straight up just people in snowshoes and it's like distorted tracks that are just mistaken. So
Right.
I get it. The critics are saying they're just way too easily tampered with or faked even. So they're not really relying on footprints alone just because of that,
That's smart.
with no other substantiating evidence. And then of course we have the photographs and videos. The most famous one was that Patterson Gimlin film. I think everybody knows that one. It's black and white from like, I think the 1967. And it's like Bigfoot walking around this forested area. But there's been like a lot of video, quote unquote, and photo evidence. If you go on TikTok and just look up Bigfoot, you'll see hundreds of videos. So yeah, while we do have the quote unquote evidence, the scientific community argues that there again, it's always grainy, it's always blurry.
Yeah.
There's a lack of details. A lot of them are just straight up hoaxes as well. Like it's either been proven or they've been able to replicate it, or it's just a misidentification of something that's known as well. And even since 1884, people have been doing hoaxes of this creature. So I mean, this isn't anything new. So I think it's interesting we have accounts of even from 1884 newspaper articles confirming a hoax of this, so it's been going around before and after that too, I'm sure.
For sure.
So
well, yeah, it's funny, like talking about the encounters. Patterson Gimlin film is one that they mentioned, and then also kind of mentioning like it's probably the first one that we have like documented, but like you said, like they also say like it's not, it could be debunked, for sure.
It's difficult. It's kind of, I think that's always my problem too, even with like ghost footage. I'm like, well, I want to physically see the original. And,
yeah. Well, especially how good AI and everything is, I feel like we could get better with our hoaxes,
Oh yeah, for sure.
It makes it even harder.
Kind of the same goes with the audio recordings too. Like there are even more of those probably on TikTok. A lot of times it turns out to be like a bobcat or something that's a known species that we just don't hear that often, or just sounds really distorted depending on the location. So, and plus it's kind of hard to tell. We don't know for sure what a Bigfoot sounds like, so how do we know if we're hearing one or not?
Right. And
then DNA evidence. There have been cases where, maybe they found a track or something. They're like, oh, now we have hair samples. And a few samples have yielded unusual or unidentified DNA sequences. There was one most notable in 2012. It was a study led by Dr. Melba Ketchum. And they claimed that they had a Bigfoot DNA sample, but the study faced a lot of criticism from the scientific community for its lack of rigor and peer review. So I don't know if you have to toss that one out or not. So it's kind of battle of the scientists when it comes to
they don't
that.
want you to know.
Yeah.
Just shut it down. Shut down the research.
Conspiracy.
Yeah, so I don't know. To this date, like to date, there's no significant, like, buried DNA evidence to prove the existence of Bigfoot, which I think is what the scientific community lays its hat on, Like, show me the DNA and I'll say yes. But I think the problem is that it has been so kind of demonized or seen as being just kind of a woo-woo kind of topic. So now scientists kind of refuse to even entertain it at all. So that's kind of a difficulty with actually getting serious scientists to seriously take a look at all of this
and probably
evidence.
like funding, like we're not doing another Bigfoot. we're not testing another Bigfoot sample for me.
Yeah, that too. It all probably does come down to that.
If I'm ever like a gazillionaire, this is the stuff I'm funding. I'm just gonna say, I'll put it out there.
I seriously.
That's where my money's going.
I think it's worth the question, because we also get into like the anatomy and the behavior of this creature. As we said, a lot of people describe it as really big and bipedal. Dr. Meldrum, he analyzed the morphology of the footprints and compared them to those of known primates and humans, and he argued that certain features such as mid-tarsal break patterns and dermal ridges suggest a distant primate species. So that kind of leads me to believe what I thought it was all along, which we can get to theories later. But he's saying that based on the footprints and anything he's been able to see with that, it's a case that it is a maybe primate species.
That it is or is not?
He's thinking maybe it could be.
Maybe.
So Meldrum discussed
hybrid species.
I mean, it just might be a very distant primate species that we either haven't discovered or thought was extinct potentially. And then Dr. Meldrum also kind of talks about the general behavior of Sasquatch and the way they're supposedly, they use vocalizations, their interactions with humans. He suggests that these behaviors are consistent with those observed of other large primates and supports the idea of a Sasquatch population. So he's thinking these are actual real creatures with some sort of a small population, but they're probably a primate.
Yeah.
But then the argument is ecological infeasibility. So, which I don't think, I especially living out here in New Mexico, like there's still a lot of open land. Like there really is. It shocks me with how many people are on the planet, how much land there still is.
Yeah.
So this argument is that the idea of a large undiscovered primate species like Sasquatch, they would require a viable breeding population to survive. So they're thinking if there's so few of them, like that's already a problem.
Well, could there be a pod of them?
Oh, sorry, what?
Could there be like a pod of them that exists in a certain area, and only certain ones of them meander out, to other states? Like in the rainforest. There's a lot of species in the rainforest that are undiscovered. And I wonder if there's like an indigenous group of Sasquatch that live primarily somewhere and just ever so often want to wander off.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
And they're also saying like if they do have enough Bigfoots to have like a sustainable population, that surely we would have stumbled upon some sort of evidence like a nest, any type of like territory type markers or even droppings or remains or things like that. But that's still not a very strong argument to me, because
I don't know how Mom asked the question, how do you know if Sasquatch poo is from a Sasquatch or a human or a bear
or I guess like if you make that assumption, right? Like what if you assume it's always bear poop and it's actually Sasquatch poop? Like I don't know. Like what would trigger you to take a sample? Because if you saw something like a human poop, I'm not grabbing that to take a sample. I'm gonna assume somebody like had an emergency in the forest. So I don't know. I think it's reasonable that maybe you could be passing Bigfoot droppings and just not know they're Bigfoot droppings.
Well, people do study that, like animal poop. And you just wonder if it's so much like ours or like other creatures that it just is like, that wouldn't be worth the sampling. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not really sure.
Apes poop like humans. I mean, how would you know?
Right.
That it's, not
just another camper's shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
It poses a problem.
Yeah, for sure.
And then lastly, it's like really like the cultural and indigenous accounts. The fact that these just go back for centuries, like they're a part of like folklore from indigenous people. So it sounds like these creatures have been there all along.
Right.
And you know, the descriptions from that folklore match what people are seeing and still reporting today. So that's just kind of curious. It's like, where would that original idea come from? What was it inspired by?
I wonder if those hieroglyphic images or primitive images or something that looks like a Yeti or a Sasquatch. You know, like Egyptians have, you know, images of how Egyptian cats used to look. You know, if there's any Indians and the totem poles would put the eagle faces. I wonder if there's anything out there tangible that looks like a Yeti.
Yeah, I don't know. And if there is, how do we know that that's what it was intended to be? Like,
Right.
you know, it's kind of hard to tell. And then skeptics argue that actually the lore is kind of the psychological effect of people seeing this, because it's already kind of planted out there, and then it's like confirmation bias and all the things you do looking for Bigfoot. Which that's a good point. I get that. So I don't know. Still, my whole thing with indigenous cultures is I always think that it's based in some sort of truth. So I lean towards they were probably seeing something really big, and it's more of like a cautionary tale of maybe don't go up to these areas because there's big scary things up there. So those are kind of the big buckets, and that's the, you know, support and criticism of both sides. So
Love it. Well, do you want to hear some sightings?
yeah, let's hear the sightings.
So these are really just 2 sightings because, as you had already mentioned, most of the sightings have been debunked as hoaxes through the years. So it's really hard. Now, I'm really surprised this one made it, but it's just too funny. This is a sighting that dates back to 1924 by a fella named Albert Ostman. And he claims that he was abducted by a family of Sasquatch in British Columbia. He said that he was taken into the wilderness by a male, female, and 2 young Sasquatch and held captive there for several days before managing to escape.
Okay. Okay.
Again, you know, you had mentioned the Patterson Gimlin film in 1967, where it took place in Bluff Creek, California, and it supposedly shows a female Sasquatch walking away from the camera, providing one of the most iconic pieces of evidence of existence that we kind of have, but again, can be debunked. And love this. So Paul Freeman, a former forest ranger, reported multiple encounters with Sasquatch in the Blue Mountains of Washington and Oregon during the 1980s and 90s. He claimed that he actually found footprints, heard vocalizations, and even captured video footage of what he believed to be Sasquatch. So yeah, so again, most of them are all, like we know for sure, are hoaxes. So that is Bigfoot. So Bigfoot and Sasquatch, same thing. And then our next topic is Yeti. And so when we think about the Yeti, you want to think abominable snowman is probably the most reference, right?
Yeah.
So it's a legendary creature. It inhabits the Himalayan mountains of Asia. It's described as a large ape-like creature, much like Sasquatch or Bigfoot, but it's basically more in the colder climates, and it's depicted also as a hairy creature standing between 6 to 10 feet tall, robust build, covered in shaggy dark fur to withstand the harsh mountain climates. And so a lot of similarities in the 2. Yeti holds significant cultural importance in the folklore and mythology of the Himalayan communities. And it's also been featured on local legends, religious texts, and oral traditions throughout the centuries as well. So it's very much like, I guess I like to say, like the cold climate version of Bigfoot.
Yeah, essentially.
What I would say. And So again, we'll let you get into the science, but also it's very, there's also been tons of hoaxes around this as well, which makes it kind of hard to know if what we have, if we actually have true encounters. Also, it's really difficult, as you had mentioned, to find evidence. Like you said, with it being mostly snowy climates, it makes it even harder to know if you've really got an actual footprint, or if it's just like a snow boot or something crazy, like you had mentioned. So I'm going to take care of Birdie while you take it away on the science.
Okay. Well, it's really like the same story as Bigfoot as far as those buckets go. So we have a lot of cultural significance with indigenous folklore, tons of eyewitness accounts, and same thing with inconclusive samples. There's been cases where they've thought they've gotten a hair and then it comes back maybe corrupt and you can't tell what it is, or it's an unknown species. The thing that makes this the most difficult, though, is the environmental factors. So it is a really, really harsh, remote climate, and it's very difficult for scientists to study the Yeti. So there have been quite a few scientific investigations of the Yeti, but really the weather conditions make it very difficult. They've yet to find anything really significant or, anything that knocks it out of the park as far as evidence. And generally in the scientific community, the overwhelming majority, including people across the field like primatologists, anthropologists, and zoologists, don't consider the Yeti to be a credible subject of science. So,
well, I wonder if have there been more people have seen Yetis and Sasquatch, or about the same?
I'm not really sure, especially since that one is more of like in the Asian countries. I just don't really hear about the Yeti as much here, since Bigfoot kind of takes.
When I think about Yeti, I always think about that horrible Christmas movie.
Yeah,
I hate it so much.
So they took Claire and Rudolph.
Yes, and like Santa's such an asshole.
And Yukon Cornelius.
Yes, it's horrible. Like,
what the hell is that movie called?
Rudolph the
Red-Nosed Reindeer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not a fan of that one.
Yeah, it's more like that beast.
Yeah.
The abominable snowman.
It looks like a Yeti could be a lot more elusive because the Himalayas are vast and they have more places to hide. And I mean, because people don't just go out to the Himalayas when it's a blizzard,
Yeah, like it sounds to me like that creature wants to be left alone.
But I think from what I hear about Sasquatches too, it sounds to me like they want to be left alone. That they like just being, in their own turf and nobody interfering with them. But I have never heard any tale of them being violent.
Oh, really?
I mean, I have not heard that. Have you?
Well, I've not heard anybody that's actually hung out with them.
Yeah, and don't forget there's so many like local varieties too. So when we're talking about like Bigfoot, I'm imagining it's encompassing like the skunk ape. I don't know, what are some of the other ones?
I guess when you're 10 feet tall, you don't have to be violent. You're just intimidating by your presence.
Very true.
That's really all I have on the Yeti. Like I said, very same story as far as criticisms and support of it. But I think this one is actually a bit more difficult to study because of the climate.
Yes, for sure. And I will tell you, like when I did my search for Yeti encounters, it came up with really more Sasquatch encounters. So I'm just grouping it together. So the first one, and this is really funny. Sorry, my dog's having a complete nervous breakdown. So Mom and I are tag teaming. All right. So the first encounter I have is a Ronald Rosewood encounter. Ron claimed he was abducted by a Sasquatch while camping in the Canadian wilderness. So you're dealing with colder air there. He said he was taken to a cave where he met his family and even played cards with them.
Okay. So wait, it was like Harry and the Hendersons?
I guess so. And then we have a trucker's tale. A trucker reported seeing a Sasquatch like being crossing the road while he was driving. He said that he was the creature had a stunned expression, perhaps mirroring the trucker's own reaction, and that he said that just the Sasquatch slash Yeti looked just as scared of him as he was of it. So. And then we have a backpacker that claimed he was chased by Sasquatch slash maybe Yeti while hiking in the woods. He described fleeing from the creature and eventually escaping. So, no evidence again. It's just hearsay.
Yeah.
So yeah, a lot of just. I mean, my favorite is the one with the cards. Like, I really wish there was a picture of that.
We can make it happen with AI.
Yeah, we can, for sure. But yeah, like you said, I mean, it's really hard. Like, there really isn't any hard evidence that we can find with an actual encounter. And this one used kind of Sasquatch instead of Yeti. So basically the same, colder climate, but I couldn't really find any
Yeah.
just with Yeti. So maybe a lot of people don't really go to the Himalayas.
Maybe not.
I know I want to.
I know I've never been.
Yeah, I don't really know. I'm not a cold climate kind of gal, so I'll stick with Bigfoot. It's more my climate. So yeah, I love it. All right, we're moving on to Yowie.
Yeah, I don't have a lot on the Yowie, but just wanted to show that these things pop up
honorable-
everywhere.
An honorable mention is the Yowie. And so you may have not heard of the Yowie. I had not really known much about a Yowie, but it is a mythical creature from our friends in the land down under. It's a part of their folklore, often described as a large, hairy, ape-like being, much like our friends, the Yeti and the Bigfoot. It inhabits the wilderness areas of Australia, particularly dense forests and remote mountain ranges. Described as humanoid creature, standing between 6 to 12 feet tall. I think Bigfoot and Yeti go up to 10. So this one's a big one.
Really big.
It is covered in shaggy hair with long arms and a powerful build reminiscent of an ape or a gorilla. And it definitely, the Yowie holds significant cultural importance and mythology to Indigenous folks of Australia. It's also is featured again traditional stories, folklore, legend. So I would say it's the Australians' Bigfoot for sure.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like it. And kind of the same with support and criticism. They were able to get a few what they thought were hair samples of this one as well, but they were inconclusive or either unidentified. It does seem like scientists are a tiny bit more open to this one in Australia, at least as far as investigating if it's real or not.
That's an Australian.
Yeah, this is Yowie.
Yowie.
Yes. Yowie. I like Yowie's name.
Yeah, and if you've ever seen pictures of it, it looks like one of those really like shaggy, almost like matted looking dogs. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
It almost look like they have dreadlocks.
Looks like they have dreadlocks, yeah.
Yeah, like he's a really interesting looking Bigfoot.
He's more of the hippie.
So that's like every country or every continent has a version of a Yeti.
Yeah, it seems
they do.
that there is a Bigfoot creature on every continent.
Which tells me that should make them more compelling evidence that they do exist.
Well, then maybe we can get into some theories.
Yeah. Well, before we get into some theories, let me tell you about some encounters of the Yowie.
Okay.
Now, these are all pranks, but they're good ones. If you want to prank we're coming upon camping season, so if you want to prank your friends. So a group of friends decided to prank their friend on a camping trip by dressing up as Yowies and staging a fake encounter. The friends' terrified reaction, initially believing the prank was real, led to laughter and camaraderie among the group. I don't know if I would laugh or be so fucking pissed, because I would be like, what if you have a friend that has a gun?
Well, just don't do it
Yeah.
in America.
Okay. So a camper, yeah, this is Australia. That's true. Okay, so another one. A camper recounted waking up in the, or sorry, waking up in the middle of the night to find a Yowie-like figure looming over their tent. Upon further investigation, it turned out to be a fellow camper who had ventured out to relieve himself, leading to a humorous misunderstanding. So I'm thinking like he was a big hippie maybe with dreads.
Totally.
And then last but not least, a hiker reported encountering what they thought was Yowie while walking along by himself in the bush. After freezing in fear, they realized it was merely a fellow hiker wearing a ghillie suit.
Oh, God.
Why?
And so they were just like,
I think that's creepy. There's somebody out there just walking around in a ghillie suit.
Yeah, I think I'd rather see Yowie. I'm just gonna
I would
say.
much rather see the Yowie.
Yeah, I mean that seems spooky. And
Like,
just
what are you about to do? Scare people? That's creepy.
Yes.
So yeah, do you want to talk a few of the? Oh, there's the
Sorry.
Yowie.
There's a Yowie.
Yowie!
Yowie. All right, Adele. I would love to hear some theories.
Yeah, you guys want to hear some of the most, I guess, common theories, and then we can talk about what we think.
I love it. I want to hear some common theories.
All right, the first one is gigantic. Sorry, I have a hard time pronouncing this one. Gigantopithecus.
Ooh, what's that?
So, one of the prevailing theories suggests that Bigfoot could be a descendant of Gigantopithecus, an extinct genus of ape believed to have lived in Asia around 100,000 years ago. Some proponents of this theory argue that Gigantopithecus may have migrated to North America via the Bering Land Bridge during the Ice Age and evolved into what we now know as Bigfoot. So that could account for its presence in other continents due to the land bridge. So it's a maybe.
It's a maybe for me too. That's not crazy.
All right, so we had the Gigantopithecus theory. Another theory, kind of similar, is unknown primate species.
Okay.
So some researchers propose that Bigfoot is a previously undiscovered species of ape or primate that has managed to elude scientific detection. And this theory suggests that Bigfoot could be a reclusive hominid species with advanced intelligence, enabling it to avoid human detection and interaction, which
Homonym.
I agree with this theory the most. Is what I think Bigfoot is, an unknown primate species.
Well, that makes sense to me. I mean, it does make sense to be an unknown primate, but every continent has their version of it. So would it be unknown on every continent?
It seems like it if it's elusive enough.
Did Lucy here sit right here? Who's your podcast?
Whose podcast is it anyway? Sorry, we're having meltdowns here.
We're having a beagle meltdown
It's
here.
cool.
This conversation's making her real uncomfortable.
Yeah, you talk about you
What the
can't
hell?
talk about stuff like this around beagles because they just want to go hunt.
All right. Well, just a few more to go. Another one is misidentified wildlife. So skeptics argue that most Bigfoot sightings can be attributed to just misidentification.
Makes sense.
It does. It does make sense, at least related to all the evidence, quote unquote, we have. But I just really feel like there's nothing that satisfies me as far as the critiques go, and I can't figure out why. I just really think it's an unknown primate species is where I'm at. But anyway, one theory is that it's just a misidentification and it's not anything. And another is cultural myth and legend. So another perspective views Bigfoot as primarily a cultural myth or legend, perpetuated through storytelling, folklore, and culture. And in this view, Bigfoot serves as a symbol or archetype within various cultures, but isn't like an actual figure in reality.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that could be true, but
I mean, yeah.
that sounds like a divergence from what people are still seeing, though. Like, that could be true, and there could truly be creatures. I don't think those are mutually exclusive.
Right.
And
That's a good point.
then, of course, just like psychological and perceptual factors. So some psychologists and cognitive scientists suggest that sightings of Bigfoot could be influenced by psychological factors such as a suggestion, or even like, have you ever, I think, what's his name? Richard Dawkins? Anyway, like a lot of times you will mistake a shadow for a burglar, but you never mistake the burglar for the shadow.
Right,
for example.
right.
So
That is
people
interesting.
think that like it might be kind of the same thing. Maybe you saw a shadow.
It is a bear.
Oh, it's Bigfoot. Because if you
Yeah.
assume it's not a Bigfoot or something threatening, then you won't survive it. So that's why
Right.
we tend to jump to the worst with those kinds of things. Which is true. I still think there's something out there. And then of course,
Right.
other theories are that they're all just hoaxes and fabrications. And
Well, there's certainly a lot of those.
which, yeah, there again, I think is a true and valid theory, but it's not mutually exclusive to something existing
Right.
out there, too. And the most fringe one that I've heard of is that he's an interdimensional or paranormal phenomenon.
I have heard that.
So this says that Bigfoot could be an interdimensional or paranormal entity that exists outside the realm of conventional scientific understanding. So proponents of this view suggest that Bigfoot may possess supernatural abilities or originate from alternate dimensions. That would explain the elusiveness, but I don't know.
That seems like a hard one to prove, buddy.
Yeah, I think that's way harder than a hair sample to get.
Yeah, for sure.
But I mean, I don't know. I mean, I can't rule that out for everything personally. Like, I don't know how all of these interdimensions work. I have no idea.
Well, that's like, when we're talking about Skinwalker Ranch and stuff, like, it
Maybe
seems
he does tie
far-fetched.
into it all. I have no idea.
Maybe he does. I mean, who knows?
Yeah, and just to kind of conclude, also Jeff Meldrum, I think he more so leans towards the unknown primate theory as well.
Yeah.
So he suggests that Bigfoot is likely a species of undiscovered large primate, potentially a hominid or hominoid that has managed to evade scientific detection due to its elusive nature and remote habitat. And there's like a number of reasons. He's thinking like the bipedal locomotion. He's thinking a lot of the physiology just matches that of what would be a large primate species.
Right.
And yeah, it seems that he thinks it could be out there. And I have to say I do too.
Yeah, I agree. And as we say here on our lovely, lovely podcast, stay safe out there, friends.
Stay curious.
And never trust the
Living.
living. Bye, brood.
Scary later.